Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The moon's silent walk, high above the sleeping earth, where the stars danced freely in the endless expanse of the night, the moon began her silent walk. Her silver light spilled gently over the world below, illuminating vast landscapes with a soft, tranquil glow. It was a light that did not demand attention but simply existed, steady and serene, as if inviting those who watched to pause and breathe. The moon was no stranger to the solitude of her journey. For millennia, she had kept her silent vigil, watching over the lives below, tiny, fleeting moments that came and went like whispers in the wind. Tonight, however, the air carried something different, a quiet yearning that tugged at her very essence. It was as if the earth itself had stirred in its slumber, reaching out to her with an unspoken question. The moon glided effortlessly through the heavens, her face a calm reflection of timeless wisdom. She cast her gaze downward, where the world below rested in shadows and starlight. Oceans shimmered under her glow, their waves mirroring her steady rhythm. Forests whispered to one another in hushed tones, and the mountains stood silent and strong, their peaks kissed by her gentle light. In a small, quiet village nestled in a valley, the moon's light found a tiny cottage, its windows glowing faintly with the warmth of a dying fire. Inside, a child sat by the window, their wide, curious eyes fixed on the moonlit sky. They had been unable to sleep, drawn by an unexplainable pull to the night outside. The child's gaze met the moon's, and for a moment, the vast distance between them seemed to dissolve. Though the moon had seen countless eyes look up at her, this one felt different. There was a question in the child's heart, a quiet longing that resonated with her own eternal journey. The moon paused in her walk, as if to listen. Her light softened, wrapping the child in its embrace, a gentle acknowledgement of their unspoken thoughts. In return, the child smiled, their worries and uncertainties fading into the stillness of the moment. Above, the stars watched with quiet admiration, their light twinkling like a million tiny lanterns. They, too, had felt the child's presence, a spark of life that reminded them of the beauty found in even the smallest corners of the universe. The moon continued her walk, but she carried with her the echo of the child's wonder. It was a reminder that even in her endless journey, she was never truly alone. The lives below, fleeting as they were, had always been her companions, their joys and sorrows weaving into the fabric of her light. As the hours passed and the sky deepened, the moon's glow grew brighter, as if in quiet celebration of the night. Her path would soon take her to distant lands, where new stories awaited, but for now, she lingered just a little longer, letting her light bathe the sleeping world in peace. And in the little cottage, as the fire burned low and the child's eyes grew heavy, the moon offered one final gift, a dream of still waters and open skies, of stars that whispered secrets and a moon that walked silently above, watching over all with a love as vast as the heavens themselves. The moon's silent walk continued, as it always had and always would, a quiet presence in the tapestry of the night. But now, she carried with her the child's smile, a spark of connection that reminded her of the beauty found not only in the vastness of the sky but also in the quiet hearts of those who looked up and dreamed. Inside the little cottage, the child's eyes gleamed with wonder as they gazed at the moon. Their small hand rested on the cool windowpane, as if reaching for the silver orb that hung so gracefully in the sky. The world outside was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. The moonlight seemed to embrace everything it touched, wrapping the night in a gentle, soothing calm. The child had always felt a connection to the moon, though they didn't understand why. It was as if the moon's silent walk called to something deep within them, an unspoken invitation to dream beyond the edges of their tiny world. Tonight, that feeling was stronger than ever. It was not just the moon's beauty that held their gaze, it was the faint sense of a story unfolding, a whisper carried by the night itself. Unable to resist, the child opened the window. A cool breeze wafted in, carrying with it the scent of dew-kissed grass and distant pine. They leaned out, their face turned upward, as though hoping to catch a glimpse of something more, something hidden within the moon's glow. The moon noticed the child. She always noticed the dreamers, the curious ones who looked at her not with idle eyes but with hearts that longed for connection. Her light seemed to grow brighter, a soft, inviting glow that reached into the child's room and painted the walls with gentle silver hues. "You see me," the moon whispered, though her voice was not one of sound but of feeling, an echo that touched the soul. "And because you see me, you are part of my story tonight." The child blinked, feeling a curious warmth in their chest, a sensation as though the moon's light had entered them, filling them with its quiet strength. "What is your story?" they asked aloud, their voice soft, barely more than a breath. The moon did not answer directly. Instead, her light shimmered, and the shadows of the room began to shift. The child watched in awe as the moonlight seemed to weave itself into patterns, forming shapes that danced across the walls, a wolf padding silently through a forest, a stream glimmering under the stars, and finally, a great, endless sky filled with stars swirling in a cosmic waltz. "These are the stories I've watched," the moon's presence seemed to say. "Lives lived, dreams dreamed, and paths walked by countless souls beneath my light. Each one is a thread in the tapestry of the world, and tonight, I walk with you." The child felt their hearts swell with wonder. They had always known the moon was special, but now it felt as if she had chosen them to share in her quiet journey. "Can I walk with you, too?" they asked, their voice tinged with both hope and awe. The moon's light softened, as though smiling. "You already are," she whispered in reply, and with that, the child felt a strange yet comforting sensation, like being gently lifted, as if they were no longer bound by the earth. The moonlight grew brighter still, wrapping around them like a silken thread, and suddenly, the world below seemed to fall away. The child floated in the moon's glow, their body weightless and free. The stars felt closer now, their light twinkling like tiny voices singing in harmony. The child looked around in wonder as the moon led them higher, away from the valley in the village, into the vast expanse of the night sky. "You see, little one," the moon said, her voice like a soft lullaby, "this is my silent walk. It is a journey through the dreams and stories of the world, a chance to witness the beauty that exists in every corner of the night. Tonight, you are part of that beauty, The child smiled, their heart full of joy and peace. Together, they began to drift through the heavens, the moon guiding the way as the stars whispered their secrets and the night unfolded its endless, shimmering tale. The moon carried the child higher into the night, her silver glow spreading like a soft blanket over the sleeping world below. The stars, now close enough to almost touch, shimmered with an ancient, knowing light. Each one seemed alive, their twinkling like a secret language shared between celestial beings. The child gazed in awe, their small fingers reaching out as if to catch the light of a star. "They're so beautiful," they whispered, their voice full of wonder. "They are the keepers of countless stories," the moon replied, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each star is a memory, a dream, or a moment frozen in time. They burn brightly so the universe will never forget." The child's eyes widened. "Do the stars know about us? About me?" The moon's light warmed, as though cradling the child's question with care. "Oh, yes. The stars have watched over you since the moment you first opened your eyes. They know your laughter, your dreams, and even your quiet moments of wondering. You are part of their endless sky, just as they are part of you." The child's heart swelled with a strange, joyful peace. It felt as though they were not alone, not just in this magical moment but in their entire existence. The stars, the moon, the vastness of the universe, it was all connected, and they were part of it. As they drifted further, the moon's light began to change, shifting into soft waves of color that danced like ribbons in the air. The child marveled as they passed through these shimmering veils, each one carrying a sense of something different: joy, hope, love, and even a quiet sadness that felt tender and safe. "What are these colors?" the child asked, turning to the moon. "These are the emotions of the world," the moon explained. "They flow through the universe, carried by the light of the stars and the wind of dreams. You feel them every day, even when you don't notice. They are what make life rich and full. Like the notes of a song." The child reached out to touch a ribbon of golden light, and as their fingers brushed it, they felt warmth spread through them, filling them with a gentle, unshakable happiness. "I want to keep this feeling forever," the child said, their voice soft with awe. The moon's light shimmered in agreement. "You can," she said. "The feelings you gather on this journey will always be with you. They are like seeds, planted in your heart. When you nurture them with kindness and love, they will grow, blossoming into something even more beautiful." The child nodded, their mind quiet as they drifted through the ribbons of light, absorbing their colors and the feelings they carried. Time seemed to stretch and soften, each moment blending into the next like a flowing stream. Eventually, the ribbons began to fade, and the moon's light grew steadier once more. Ahead, a vast silver sea stretched out, its surface sparkling like liquid stars. The child stared, captivated by its beauty. "What is that?" they asked, their voice barely above a whisper. "The Sea of Dreams," the moon said, her tone reverent. "It is where all dreams are born, where they take shape before finding their way to those who sleep. Tonight, I thought you might like to see it." The child's breath caught in their throat. They could feel the weight of the moon's words, the profound magic of the sea before them. "Can I touch it?" they asked, a mixture of excitement and hesitation in their voice. The moon's glow brightened, like a smile. "Of course." But be gentle, for dreams are delicate things, even when they are powerful. The child reached out, their hand trembling slightly, and dipped their fingers into the shimmering water. A wave of warmth and wonder washed over them, and for a moment, they saw countless images flickering before their eyes, dreams of soaring through the clouds, of exploring hidden forests, of reuniting with loved ones. Each dream was unique, yet they all felt familiar, like fragments of a universal story. The moon watched quietly, her light steady and reassuring. "Do you see now?" she asked. "The dreams of the world are infinite, just like the stars. They connect us all, weaving us together in ways we often cannot see." The child withdrew their hand, gazing at the sea with newfound reverence. "It's so beautiful," they whispered. "I wish everyone could see this." The moon's light softened, wrapping around the child like a hug. "Perhaps they can," she said. "When you return, you will carry this experience in your heart. Through your kindness, your dreams, and your light, you can share it with the world." The child nodded, their heart brimming with a quiet determination. They understood now that this journey was not just for them, it was a gift meant to be shared. A reminder of the beauty and connection that existed in even the smallest corners of life. As the moon began to lead them away from the sea of dreams, the child turned for one last look. The water shimmered softly, as though bidding them farewell, and the child silently promised to carry its magic wherever they went. And so, the moon and the child continued their silent walk, their journey weaving yet another thread into the endless tapestry of the night. The moon and the child drifted away from the sea of dreams, the shimmering waters fading into the vast, star-studded expanse of the night sky. The child's heart felt fuller than ever, brimming with the beauty and magic they had witnessed. They held the moon's light in their gaze, curious about where their journey would take them next. "Is there more to see?" the child asked softly, their voice tinged with both excitement and wonder. The moon's glow flickered gently, like the faintest nod. "Oh, little one, there is always more to see. The night is filled with endless wonders, if only you are willing to look. Come, I will show you something few have ever known." The child's curiosity sparked anew, and they followed as the moon glided gracefully through the heavens. Below them, the world stretched out in quiet stillness, rolling hills wrapped in silver mist, forests that whispered secrets only the trees could understand, and rivers that gleamed like ribbons of liquid light. As they traveled, a faint hum began to fill the air. It was soft at first, like a distant melody carried by the wind. The child tilted their head, listening intently. "What is that sound?" they asked, their voice barely above a whisper. "It is the song of the stars," the moon replied, her tone reverent. "Each star sings its own note, and together, they create a harmony that flows through the universe. It is the music of existence itself." The child closed their eyes, letting the sound wash over them. It was unlike anything they had ever heard, both vast and intimate, like the universe speaking directly to their soul. The melody seemed to resonate within them, awakening a sense of belonging that went deeper than words. "It's beautiful," the child murmured, their heart swelling with awe. "But why can't everyone hear it?" The moon's light dimmed slightly, thoughtful. "Most cannot hear it because they do not listen. The noise of the world often drowns out the quiet songs of the stars. But those who take the time to pause, to truly listen, they will find that the music has always been there, waiting for them. The child nodded, their small hand resting over their heart as if to hold the melody close. "I'll remember to listen," they said with quiet determination. The moon's light warmed, pleased by the child's sincerity. "Then you will carry the stars' song with you, wherever you go." They drifted onward, the melody of the stars following them like a gentle companion. After some time, the moon began to slow, her glow casting a soft light on the horizon. Ahead, the sky seemed to ripple and shimmer, as though it were made of liquid silver. "What's that?" the child asked, their eyes widening. "The veil of eternity," the moon said. "It is the edge of the known night, a place where time and space intertwine. Beyond it lies the unknown, the dreams and possibilities yet to be imagined." The child stared in wonder as the shimmering veil seemed to pulse with life, its surface reflecting glimpses of things they couldn't quite understand. Shapes and colors shifted fluidly, hinting at worlds and stories just out of reach. "Can we go beyond it?" the child asked, a mix of excitement and hesitation in their voice. The moon's light softened, wrapping the child in reassurance. "Not tonight. The veil is not a boundary to be crossed lightly. It is a reminder that some mysteries must remain, for now, a question. But even from here, you can feel its wonder, can you not?" The child nodded, their heart racing with the thrill of the unknown. They reached out a hand, and though they did not touch the veil, they felt its energy, a vibrant, endless potential that seemed to hum with life. "Will I ever see what's beyond?" the child asked, their voice quiet but hopeful. The moon's glow shimmered gently. "Perhaps one day. For now, your journey is here, among the stars and dreams you already know. But remember, the veil is not a wall, it is a gateway. What lies beyond will wait for you, when you are ready." The child smiled, a sense of peace settling over them. They understood now that the journey was not just about answers, but about wonder, about learning to see the beauty in what was already around them. As they turned away from the veil, the moon began to lead them back through the night, her light steady and comforting. The stars continued to sing, their melody weaving through the quiet expanse like a thread of silver, and the child felt a deep gratitude for all they had seen and felt. "Thank you," the child said softly, their voice carrying a warmth that matched the moon's glow. The moon's light brightened ever so slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the child's words. Together, they drifted onward, the silent walk continuing as it always had, a journey of light, connection, and the endless wonder of the night. As the moon and the child continued their journey, the world below grew quieter still, as though holding its breath in reverence for the unfolding night. The child rested in the moon's glow, their heart warm with the wonder of all they had seen. Yet, a soft question began to form in their mind, nudging at the edges of their thoughts. "Moon?" the child asked hesitantly. Breaking the serene silence, "Yes, little one." The moon replied, her light shimmering gently as she turned her attention to the child. "Why do you walk every night? Don't you ever grow tired?" The moon's glow flickered, a soft, silver laughter rippling through the air. "Oh, my dear, I walk because it is my purpose, my joy. To cast my light upon the world, to guide the lost and soothe the weary, that is why I rise each evening. And no, I do not grow tired, for the night itself renews me." The child tilted their head, curious. But doesn't it get lonely? Always walking through the sky with no one beside you. The moon's light softened, wrapping around the child like a comforting embrace. It may seem lonely from the outside, but I am never truly alone. The stars are my companions, the winds carry whispers of the earth, and dreamers like you remind me why I shine. My walk may be quiet, but it is filled with connection. The child thought about this, their small hand resting over their heart. I think I understand. It's like when I look at the stars and feel like I'm part of something bigger, even if I'm by myself. The moon glowed brighter, pleased by the child's insight. Exactly. Solitude and loneliness are not the same, little one. To walk alone can be a gift when your heart is open to the beauty around you. They drifted in companionable silence for a time, the stars twinkling softly in the distance. Eventually, the moon began to slow, her light growing steadier and more focused. Where are we going now? The child asked, sensing a change in the air. There is a place I wish to show you, the moon said. A garden that few have ever seen. It is hidden deep within the folds of the night, where only those who listen with their hearts can find it. The child's excitement bubbled up, and they clung to the moon's light as they descended into a shadowy expanse. At first, it seemed as though they were entering a void, a space where even the stars' light could not reach. But then, as their eyes adjusted, they began to see faint glimmers, soft, glowing blossoms blooming in the darkness. This is the garden of quiet wonders, the moon said, her voice a gentle melody. It is a sanctuary for the forgotten, the unseen, and the unnoticed. Each flower here represents a small beauty that might otherwise go unnoticed in the world. The child stared in awe as the garden unfolded before them, filled with delicate blooms that pulsed softly with light. Some shone with the silvery glow of moonlight, while others sparkled like tiny stars. The air was filled with a serene hum, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very soul. Can I touch them? The child asked, their voice hushed with reverence. You may, the moon replied. But be gentle, for they are fragile. These flowers are born from the quiet moments of life, a kind word, a fleeting smile, a moment of stillness. They are precious, even in their fragility. The child knelt and reached out to a small, glowing bloom. As their fingers brushed the petals, a warm sensation spread through them, filling them with a deep sense of peace. They closed their eyes and saw a memory, of laughter shared with a friend, of the comfort of a loved one's embrace, of the simple joy of sunlight on their face. It's like they're alive, the child whispered. They are, the moon said. They carry the essence of the moments they were born from. In this garden, no beauty is ever lost, no kindness ever forgotten. It all becomes part of the tapestry of the night. The child moved through the garden, marveling at the blooms and the feelings they evoked. Each one seemed to tell a story, a quiet wonder preserved in its glow. They realized that even the smallest moments held meaning, that every gentle act added to the beauty of the world. When they finally rose, the child turned to the moon, their heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you for showing me this place. I'll remember it forever. The moon's light embraced the child, tender and full of pride. That is all I ask. Carry this knowledge with you, little one, and let it guide you. In your kindness, your dreams, and your quiet moments, you can help the garden grow. With one last look at the glowing blossoms, the child took the moon's light once more. And together they rose back into the sky. The garden faded into the shadows, its wonders hidden once more, but the child knew it would always be with them, a quiet sanctuary within their heart, and as they continued their silent walk, the moon's light seemed a little brighter, the stars' song a little sweeter, as the endless night unfolded its quiet, beautiful story. The moon and the child floated higher into the expanse of the night. The shimmering garden of quiet wonders, now a glowing memory resting gently in the child's heart. The sky stretched infinitely before them, deep and calm, like a great velvet ocean. The stars twinkled their soft melody, guiding their way. After a while, the child looked up at the moon with curious eyes. Do you ever wonder about what lies beyond the night? The moon's glow shimmered, a quiet laugh dancing in her light. Every so often, I do. The universe is vast, and even I cannot see its edges. But the night itself holds so much magic that I rarely feel the need to look beyond. Do you wonder about it, little one? The child nodded, their gaze drifting to the horizon where the dark sky seemed to kiss the unseen lands beyond. Sometimes, I dream about places I've never been. Worlds filled with colors I can't name and skies that don't look like ours. Do you think they're real? The moon's light softened, cradling the child in its embrace. Dreams often carry fragments of truth, woven together with the threads of imagination. Perhaps the places you see are real, or perhaps they are waiting to be created by your dreams. The child smiled, comforted by the moon's words. Maybe one day, I'll find them. The moon's glow flickered warmly. Perhaps you will. But tonight, there is another wonder I wish to share with you, a secret hidden among the stars. Intrigued, the child leaned closer, watching as the moon guided them toward a cluster of shimmering lights in the distance. As they approached, the stars seemed to dance, their glow shifting and weaving together like threads in a tapestry. What is it? The child asked. Their voice filled with awe. This, the moon said, her light growing brighter, is the loom of the cosmos. It is where the stars weave the stories of the universe. The child stared in wonder as the stars moved in intricate patterns, their light forming shapes that flickered and flowed like living stories. They saw glimpses of galaxies being born, of worlds spinning in harmony, of comets racing across the sky. Each movement told a tale, a thread in the grand tapestry of existence. Can we touch it? The child asked, their small hands reaching out instinctively, the moon's light wrapped around them, gentle but firm. The tapestry is delicate, woven with the balance of the cosmos. But you can watch, and if you listen closely, you might hear the whispers of the stars as they weave. The child sat still, their eyes wide with wonder. As they focused, a soft hum reached their ears, a language of light and sound that seemed to resonate with their very soul. It's like they're telling secrets, the child whispered. They are, the moon said softly. Each thread carries a story, a moment of creation, a dream yet to unfold, a hope that spans the ages. The stars weave not only what is but what could be, a reminder that the universe is ever changing, ever growing. The child watched in silence, feeling a deep connection to the luminous threads before them. For a moment, They imagined their own dreams woven into the tapestry, their hopes and fears and joys becoming part of the great story. Do you think my dreams could be part of it too? The child asked, their voice small but filled with hope. The moon's light glowed brighter, wrapping the child in warmth. Oh, little one, your dreams are already here. Every thought, every wish, every moment of wonder, it all becomes part of the tapestry. You are as much a part of the universe as the stars themselves. The child's heart swelled with a quiet pride, the weight of the moon's words settling gently within them. They reached out once more, not to touch, but to feel, to connect with the stories that shimmered before them. As the tapestry continued to weave its endless patterns, the moon turned her gaze to the horizon. "Come, little one," she said softly. "The night is long, and there is still much to see." Reluctantly, the child turned away from the loom of the cosmos, its glowing threads fading into the distance as the moon carried them onward. But the memory of the weaving stars remained, a luminous thread in the fabric of their own heart, and so, their journey continued, a silent walk through the vast and wondrous night, where every step revealed a new story, a new light, and the infinite beauty of the cosmos. As the moon and the child drifted further into the serene expanse, the stars around them seemed to hush, their twinkling softening to a faint glow. The night deepened, growing still and intimate, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. The child nestled into the moon's light, a question stirring quietly within them. "Moon, do you ever remember being something else? Before you became the moon?" The moon paused in her silent glide, her glow flickering faintly, as though caught in a memory long buried. "There are moments," she said softly, "when I feel echoes of something distant, a faint thread of what once was. But I have been the moon for so long that it is hard to tell where my beginning truly lies." The child's curiosity deepened, their small voice carrying the wonder of all they had seen. "Do you think you were a star once? Or maybe part of the earth?" The moon's light shimmered, thoughtful and contemplative. "Perhaps. Or perhaps I was simply a dream, a wish made by the first soul who looked to the sky and longed for a companion in the darkness. The truth of what I was matters less than what I have become, a guide, a light, a witness to the stories of the night." The child considered this, their gaze wandering over the vast expanse of stars. "I think you're like a storyteller," they said, their tone soft but certain. "You don't just watch the stories, you help make them. Like how you brought me to the garden and the tapestry." The moon glowed warmly at the child's words. "Perhaps you are right, little one. The night holds so many tales, and I am grateful to share them with those who dream deeply enough to listen." The child smiled, feeling a quiet kinship with the moon. They rested their head against the silvery glow, their eyelids growing heavier as the night wrapped around them like a soft blanket. Just as sleep began to pull at the child, the moon slowed, her light brightening ever so slightly. "We've arrived," she whispered. The child opened their eyes, blinking at the sight before them. Below stretched an expanse of swirling mists, shimmering in hues of silver and blue. The air seemed to hum with a gentle rhythm, as though the world itself was breathing. "What is this place?" the child asked, their voice filled with awe. "This," the moon said with a smile in her voice, "is the Sea of Dreams. It is where all dreams begin and where some return, rippling out like waves to touch the hearts of those who sleep." The child stared in wonder as the mist shifted and flowed, forming shapes and images that flickered like the edges of a memory. They saw glimpses of people and places, of laughter and longing, of adventures and quiet moments of peace. Are these my dreams? The child asked, their voice barely above a whisper. Some may be yours, the moon replied, but most belong to others. Every dream, no matter how small or fleeting, contributes to this sea. It is a place of infinite possibility, where the hopes and fears of the world intertwine. The child leaned closer, their hand brushing the edge of the mist. It felt cool and soft, like the touch of a gentle breeze. As they watched, the mist coalesced into a scene, a cozy cottage surrounded by trees, with a small figure gazing out of a window at the moonlit sky. That's my dream, the child whispered, recognizing the scene. The moon's glow grew brighter, her voice warm with encouragement. Yes, little one. It is your dream, floating among countless others. And like all dreams, it has the power to grow, to inspire, to become something real. The child gazed at the mist, their heart swelling with wonder. Do all dreams come true? The moon's light softened, a tender smile in her tone. Not all dreams take the shape we expect, but each one leaves its mark. Some grow into reality, while others inspire new dreams in their wake. Every dream matters, for it keeps the sea alive, flowing and endless. The child nodded, their heart filled with a quiet resolve. They watched the mist for a while longer, marveling at the endless stories unfolding before them. Then, with a final glance at their own dream, they turned to the moon. Thank you for bringing me here, they said, their voice filled with gratitude. The moon's light wrapped around them in a gentle embrace. It is I who should thank you, little one. For your wonder and your dreams bring light to the night. With that, the moon lifted them once more, and together they rose into the endless sky, leaving the sea of dreams to ripple softly in their wake. And as the child nestled into the moon's glow, they felt the quiet strength of the night, the infinite possibilities of dreams, and the gentle promise of a world filled with light and wonder. The moon carried the child away from the shimmering sea of dreams, her light steady and warm as they glided higher into the night. The stars stretched endlessly before them, quiet witnesses to their journey. The child, feeling the peace of the sea still lingering in their heart, looked up at the moon with a soft question. Moon, do you ever feel lonely? The moon's light dimmed slightly, as though she were considering the weight of the child's words. Lonely? She repeated, her voice thoughtful. I suppose there are moments when the silence of the night feels vast, and the distance between myself and the earth below seems great. But then I remember the countless lives who look to me, who share their dreams and hopes with my light. In their gazes, I find connection. The child nodded, understanding in a way only a young heart could. You watch over so many people, they said softly. But do you ever wish someone could watch over you? The moon's glow softened, a gentle laugh dancing in her tone. What a kind thought, little one. But I am not without company. The stars are my siblings, the winds carry whispers from the earth, and every so often, a curious soul like you accompanies me on my walk. The child smiled, feeling a quiet joy in the moon's words. I'm glad I could come with you, they said, as am I, the moon replied warmly. You remind me of the beauty in sharing the night, in walking through the stars not alone but together. They floated onward, the silence between them comfortable and full of meaning. Eventually, the moon slowed, her light growing brighter as they approached a place that seemed unlike any the child had seen before. Suspended in the vastness of space was an enormous orb of crystalline light, its surface shimmering with countless colors that shifted and danced like water. The child's eyes widened as they took in the sight. "What is it?" they asked, their voice a hushed whisper. "This," the moon said with quiet reverence, "is the heart of the night. It is the source of all light that graces the darkness. Every beam of starlight, every glimmer of the auroras, every glow of my own, comes from here." The child stared in wonder, their small hand reaching out as if to touch the radiant orb. Its light seemed to pulse gently, like a great heartbeat echoing through the stillness. "Can we go closer?" the child asked. Their voice filled with awe. The moon hesitated, her glow flickering as though in thought. "The heart is delicate," she said gently. "Its light is not for touching, but for feeling. Let it wash over you, little one. Let it remind you of the beauty that exists even in the darkest places." The child nodded, their hand lowering as they closed their eyes. They let the light of the heart bathe them, its warmth filling them with a sense of deep peace and connection. In that moment, they felt the vastness of the universe, the interconnectedness of all things. "I feel it," the child whispered, their voice trembling with emotion. "It's like everything is part of everything else." The moon's light shimmered with quiet pride. "That is the truth of the night," she said softly. "Every star, every dream, every heart, it is all connected, threads in the great tapestry of existence." The child opened their eyes, gazing at the radiant heart with a newfound understanding. "It's beautiful," they said simply. The moon's light enveloped them in a gentle embrace. "It is," she agreed. "And so are you, little one. For your light, your dreams, your heart, they are part of this beauty, too." The child leaned into the moon's glow, feeling a quiet joy in the knowledge that they were part of something so vast and wondrous. After a time, the moon began to move again, her light carrying them away from the heart of the night. The child watched it grow smaller in the distance, its radiant glow fading into the stars. But the feeling it had left within them remained, a quiet strength that would stay with them always. As they drifted onward, the child rested their head against the moon's light, their heart filled with gratitude. And in the quiet of the night, they whispered a simple truth: "I'm glad I came with you, moon." The moon's light shimmered warmly in response, her voice soft and full of love. "And I am glad you did, little one. For this journey is brighter with you by my side." And so, they continued their silent walk, the stars their companions, the night their endless home, and the bond between them shining brighter than any light in the sky. The moon and the child glided silently through the endless expanse, the warmth of the heart of the night still lingering in their souls. The child rested against the moon's soft glow, their thoughts drifting like clouds across a starlit sky. "Moon," the child began, their voice soft and reflective, "does the night ever end for you?" The moon's light flickered gently, as though she were smiling. "The night may change," she replied, "but it never truly ends. It flows like a river, weaving between the shadows and the dawn." My light touches the world, even when the sun rises, for I am always here, whether seen or felt in the heart. The child pondered this, gazing at the stars scattered across the heavens. Do you think people remember you during the day? The moon's glow softened, a tender laugh rippling through her voice. Some do, little one. In the laughter of children playing beneath the sun, in the whispered secrets shared in the shade of a tree, or in the quiet moments when someone glances at the horizon and thinks of the night to come. My presence lingers, even when unseen. The child smiled at the thought, finding comfort in the moon's enduring light. They looked ahead, where the stars seemed to part, revealing a shimmering path of silvery light that stretched into infinity. What's that? The child asked, their curiosity piqued. That, the moon said softly, is the path of wishes. It is where the dreams and hopes of countless souls gather, weaving together to create a bridge between the heavens and the earth. The child's eyes widened with wonder. Can we walk on it? The moon's light brightened, her tone full of quiet encouragement. We can, but the path is delicate. It is made of the hopes and dreams of those who believe in the impossible. To walk upon it, you must tread lightly, with an open heart. With the moon's guidance, the child stepped onto the glowing path, feeling its soft, silken texture beneath their feet. Each step sent ripples of light cascading outward, as though the path were alive, responding to their presence. The child marveled at the shimmering bridge. Noticing shapes forming within its glow, tiny scenes of people making wishes under the night sky. They saw a young girl releasing a lantern into the wind, a boy closing his eyes tightly as he blew out birthday candles, and an old man gazing at the stars with a wistful smile. These are their wishes, the child whispered, awestruck. Yes, the moon said gently. Every wish, no matter how small, leaves an imprint here. The path of wishes is their collective light, a reminder of the power of hope and longing. The child knelt, running their fingers along the glowing surface. Do all wishes come true? The moon's glow dimmed slightly, her voice carrying a note of tenderness. Not all, little one. But even unfulfilled wishes have a purpose. They inspire, they guide, they create ripples in the hearts of those who make them. And sometimes, they lead to something even greater than what was wished for. The child nodded thoughtfully, their gaze lingering on a wish that flickered like a tiny flame. It was simple and pure. I wish to find a friend. Can we help this wish? The child asked, their voice filled with earnest hope. The moon's light enveloped the child warmly. Perhaps we already are, she said. By seeing it, by holding it in our hearts, we give it strength. And maybe, somewhere in the world, the one who made it will feel the quiet pull of our light, guiding them to what they seek. The child smiled, their heart swelling with a quiet joy. They rose to their feet and continued along the path, their steps careful and full of wonder. The moon followed closely, her light intertwining with the glow of the wishes. As they walked, the child felt a sense of connection to the world, to the countless lives and dreams that had formed the path beneath their feet. It was as though they were part of something far greater than themselves, a thread in the vast, shimmering tapestry of existence. And as they reached the end of the path, where the stars gathered like a shimmering curtain, the child turned to the moon with a soft smile. Thank you for showing me this, they said. Their voice filled with gratitude. The moon's light glowed warmly, her voice a gentle melody in the stillness. Thank you, little one, for walking this journey with me. For seeing the beauty in the night, and for carrying its light in your heart. Together, they stepped beyond the path of wishes, the stars welcoming them back into the endless embrace of the night. And as the child nestled once more against the moon's glow, they felt the quiet power of dreams and the enduring strength of hope, carrying them onward into the boundless sky. The moon's light cradled the child as they drifted further into the expanse of the night, leaving the shimmering path of wishes behind. The stars seemed closer now. Their soft radiance like tiny breaths that whispered secrets only the universe could know. The child tilted their head back, gazing at the celestial wonders above. Moon, they began, their voice quiet yet curious, how do you carry so many stories? Doesn't it ever feel heavy? The moon's glow shimmered with a gentle laugh. The stories are not a burden, little one. They are gifts. Each one holds a piece of the world, a fragment of love, hope, sorrow, or joy. They are not mine to keep, but to hold and share. The child thought about this, their small fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air. But do you ever have your own stories? For a moment, the moon's light dimmed, as though she were lost in thought. My own stories? She mused softly. I suppose my story is written in the light I share, in the dreams I watch over, and in the hearts of those who look to me. But you are right, I have no story of my own. The child's brow furrowed. That doesn't seem fair. You're so kind, and you've shown me so many beautiful things. You deserve a story, too. The moon's light warmed, wrapping around the child like a soft embrace. You are kind to say so, little one. Perhaps one day, someone will write a story for me. Or perhaps this journey we share is my story. The child's face brightened at the thought. Then let's make it the best story ever, they said, their voice brimming with determination. The moon's glow rippled with quiet joy. That, my dear companion, sounds like a wonderful idea. As they traveled further, the stars ahead began to shift and swirl, forming a glowing archway that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The child's eyes widened as they took in the sight. What's that? They asked in awe. That, the moon said with reverence, is the gateway of memories. It is where the past and present meet, where moments long gone are preserved in the light of the stars. The child hesitated, glancing at the moon. Can we go through it? The moon's glow flickered, a hint of caution in her voice. We can, but the gateway does not reveal the same thing to everyone. What you see may not be what I see. It shows each traveler the memories they need to witness. The child nodded, their small hand clutching the moonlight that surrounded them. Together, they stepped through the archway, the air around them shimmering with ancient energy. The world beyond was unlike anything the child had seen before. It was a vast expanse filled with floating orbs of light, each one holding a scene within it, tiny moments of life captured in radiant clarity. The child reached out to touch one, and the orb responded, expanding to reveal its story. Inside, they saw a young woman planting a tree, her hands covered in soil as she smiled softly. The child watched as the tree grew tall and strong, its branches spreading to shelter the children who played beneath it. That's beautiful, the child whispered, their heart swelling with warmth. The moon's light shimmered beside them. It is a memory of kindness, preserved here for eternity. Every act of love, no matter how small, leaves an imprint that lasts far longer than we can imagine. The child moved to another orb, their curiosity growing. This time, they saw an old man sitting by a fire, telling stories to a group of wide-eyed children. His laughter echoed warmly, his words weaving tales of courage and wonder. Are these all memories of people? The child asked, glancing at the countless orbs around them. Yes, the moon replied. Every soul leaves behind echoes of their light, moments that shaped the world in ways they may never have known. This is where those echoes live. The child gazed at the orbs, their small heart filled with a sense of awe. Do I have memories here, too? The moon's light softened, a quiet tenderness in her voice. Not yet, little one. But one day, you will. Every step you take, every kind word you share, every dream you follow, they will all leave ripples in the tapestry of the night. The child smiled, feeling a quiet pride in the moon's words. They reached out to touch one last orb, watching as it revealed a scene of a family gazing at the moon together, their faces filled with wonder and peace. That's you, the child said softly, glancing at the moon. The moon's glow shimmered warmly. Yes, she said. And it is also you, and everyone who has ever looked to the night sky with hope in their heart. We are all connected, little one, through the memories we create and the light we share. The child nodded, their heart full of understanding. Together, they stepped back through the gateway of memories, the stars welcoming them once more into the boundless night, and as they continued their silent walk, the child held the moon's light a little closer, knowing that their journey was not just a story, but a memory in the making, a thread in the infinite tapestry of the universe. The moon and the child drifted deeper into the quiet night, the stars sparkling like distant dreams across the vastness of space. The air around them was still, filled only with the soft hum of the universe, as if it, too, were listening to the whispers of time. Moon, the child asked quietly, their voice carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken thoughts, why is the night so peaceful? The moon's light pulsed gently, as though considering the question carefully. Peace, she replied, is the language of the night. It is the stillness between the stars, the silence that holds everything together. The night offers space for the heart to rest, for the mind to wander, and for dreams to take root. The child looked up, gazing at the moon's serene face, her light casting a soft glow across the sky. I like it, they said, their words full of quiet certainty. The peace feels like a warm blanket, like everything is just right. The moon's glow brightened slightly, a smile hidden in her light. I am glad, little one. The peace of the night is always here for you, whenever you need it. It is a gift the stars and I share with the world. They floated on in silence for a while, the child content to simply be in the moon's presence, the soft rustling of the stars their only company. But after a time, the child's curiosity stirred again. Moon, the child asked, where do the stars come from? The moon's light flickered as she answered, her voice soft with the weight of ancient wisdom. Stars are born from the heart of the universe, from the dust of galaxies that have long since gone. They form in the quietest places, where silence and time come together. Each star holds a story, a moment of light that travels across the sky for eternity. The child looked up at the stars, their eyes wide with wonder. Do they know they're shining? The moon's glow softened, her light gentle and warm. Some do, she said. Others shine without knowing, simply because it is their nature. Just as you breathe without thinking, stars shine because it is their purpose. They are part of the great dance of the universe, moving with grace and beauty, lighting the way for those who wander in the dark. The child smiled at this, feeling a sense of connection to the stars, as though they, too, were part of that dance. Do you think I have a purpose, too? They asked, their voice filled with quiet wonder. The moon's light shimmered warmly. Yes, little one, she said. You have a purpose, just like every star, every dream, every heartbeat. Your purpose is to be exactly who you are, to walk your path with kindness and curiosity. And in doing so, you will light up the world in ways you cannot yet see. The child's heart swelled with warmth at the moon's words, a feeling of belonging settling deep within them. They looked around at the vast, silent night, the stars shining down as if to remind them of the infinite possibilities that awaited. Thank you, moon, the child whispered, their voice full of gratitude. I think I understand now. The moon's glow wrapped around them, a quiet embrace that felt like home. You are always welcome, little one. And remember, you are never truly alone. The stars, the night, and I, we will always be here, watching over you, guiding you through every step of your journey. The child nodded, their eyes closing for a moment as they felt the peace of the night settle deep within them. They could feel the moon's light, steady and calm, like a constant presence in the world. And in that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, the quiet strength of the night would always be their companion. As they continued their walk, the moon's light casting soft shadows on the world below, the child realized that the night was not just a time for rest, it was a time for dreams, for reflection, and for understanding. It was a time to listen to the whispers of the universe, and to find peace in the quiet moments between each breath. And so, with the moon as their guide and the stars as their companions, the child continued their silent walk through the night, knowing that every step they took was part of the greater dance of the cosmos. A journey filled with light, love, and endless possibilities. The night stretched out before the child and the moon, an endless canvas of stars twinkling like tiny pieces of forgotten dreams. The air felt cooler now, the night deeper, as if the world was holding its breath. The child walked beside the moon, feeling her soft glow surround them like the warmth of a distant sun. Moon, the child asked after a time, their voice quiet, do you ever feel lonely, up here all by yourself? The moon's light shifted gently, a calm ripple in the stillness. Lonely? She mused. Perhaps. There are times when the vastness of the sky feels empty, when the stars seem distant and the earth below appears so far away. But in those moments, I remember something. The child looked up at her, waiting. I remember that I am not truly alone, the moon continued, her glow shimmering like the softest silver thread. Even in the stillness, there are those who look up at me, those who wish upon my light, those who find comfort in the quiet of the night. My light touches their dreams, and in that, I am never truly by myself. We are all connected, little one, even when it feels like we are worlds apart. The child thought for a moment, their small feet barely making a sound as they walked beside the moon. "I understand," they said quietly. "You're not alone because you help others feel less lonely." The moon's glow brightened, as if smiling. "Yes, that is one of the ways I am never alone. And you, little one, are never truly alone either. You carry the light of kindness in your heart, and that light reaches others in ways you may never see. We are all part of this vast dance of existence, intertwined by the quiet threads of love and connection." The child smiled, a sense of peace settling over them. They felt the truth of the moon's words, a quiet warmth blooming in their chest. As they continued to walk, the world around them began to change. The stars above seemed to grow brighter, their light shifting and swirling, forming patterns in the sky. A soft breeze stirred, and the moon's light danced with it. Like a slow, graceful waltz, "Look, moon," the child whispered in awe, pointing to a cluster of stars that seemed to form a glowing path ahead of them. The moon's light shimmered softly. "That, little one, is the path of eternal light. It is a trail that only the most dream-filled souls can follow. It leads to a place where all the dreams of the world converge, a place where hopes are made whole and wishes find their home." The child's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Can we follow it?" "Yes," the moon said, her voice filled with a quiet certainty. "The path of eternal light is meant for dreamers like you, those who carry hope in their hearts and wonder in their eyes. Come, walk with me, and we shall see where it leads." With a deep breath, the child stepped onto the path, feeling the cool light of the stars beneath their feet. The air around them shimmered with possibilities, and the soft glow of the moon illuminated their way. Together, they walked along the path, the stars whispering their quiet stories in the distance. As they walked, the child could feel the dreams of countless souls, each one like a soft breeze that touched their heart. They saw images of people finding their way home, of families gathered together under the stars, and of hearts filled with hope and love. Each step they took seemed to bring them closer to something greater, something beyond words. "What is this place, moon?" the child asked, their voice full of awe. "This," the moon replied, "is where all dreams are woven together. It is where the light of hope meets the shadows of fear, where the lightest wishes and the heaviest hopes find their place. It is a place of balance, where all things are possible." The child paused for a moment, looking around at the shimmering path. "Is this where people's wishes come true?" they asked, their voice soft and full of wonder. The moon's light glowed gently, like a mother's reassuring touch. "Not all wishes come true in the way they are imagined, little one. But every wish, every hope, shapes the world in some way. And here, in the path of eternal light, those wishes find peace. They are held in the stars, kept safe in the heart of the night, until they are ready to return to the world in a way that is right." The child nodded, a sense of quiet understanding filling their heart. They continued walking with the moon, feeling the weight of all the dreams that had ever been wished, all the hopes that had ever been held. The path beneath their feet seemed to stretch on forever, and for a moment, they felt as though they, too, were becoming part of the light. Eventually, they reached the end of the path, where the stars gathered in a glowing circle. The child and the moon stood together in the center, bathed in the soft light of the heavens. The air was still, the world around them holding its breath. This, the moon whispered, is the heart of all things. The place where dreams are born, where they find their purpose, and where they wait to be shared. The child felt a deep sense of peace in their heart, knowing that they, too, were part of the ever-moving dance of the stars. They closed their eyes for a moment, allowing the stillness of the night to fill them, to remind them of the quiet beauty that lived in every moment, and when they opened their eyes again, they saw that the stars above had shifted, forming new patterns, new dreams, new hopes, new paths. And with the moon beside them, they knew that the journey was just beginning. For the night, like all things, was never truly finished. It was always waiting, always ready to show the way. And together, the child and the moon walked onward, their hearts full of light, their souls filled with the infinite possibilities of the universe. The world seemed to breathe in time with the child and the moon as they stood together in the heart of the stars, surrounded by the quiet hum of the universe. The stars above them twinkled with a soft, eternal rhythm, and the air was filled with a gentle stillness, as if the entire sky was waiting, listening. "Moon," the child asked, their voice soft as the night itself, "what happens to the dreams that stay here, in the heart of the stars?" The moon's light flickered gently, her glow like a comforting touch. "Those dreams," she said, "are never forgotten. They linger here, safe in the embrace of the night. And when the time is right, they return to the world, perhaps as a thought in someone's mind, or as a spark of inspiration in a quiet moment. Dreams are like seeds, little one. They may lie still for a while, but they always have the potential to grow." The child's eyes sparkled as they gazed at the stars above them. "So, dreams are always waiting for the right time?" "Yes," the moon replied. "The right time, the right person, the right place. Dreams do not rush, little one. They wait patiently, trusting that when the moment comes, they will be ready to take root and change the world in ways that are beyond imagination." The child nodded, their heart filled with a new understanding. "I like that," they said softly. "It's nice to think that dreams don't go away. They just wait for the right moment." The moon's light glowed brighter, as if pleased by the child's insight. "Exactly. Just as the stars shine quietly in the night, even when we do not look at them, dreams shine quietly in our hearts. They are never truly gone. They are simply waiting for us to notice them, to believe in them, and to let them grow." The child's gaze turned back to the shimmering path they had walked, a trail of light stretching behind them. "Do we all have dreams like that?" "You do," the moon said, her voice like a soft lullaby. "Each one of you carries dreams, hopes, and wishes. Some of them you may not even be aware of yet. They are hidden deep inside you, like treasures waiting to be discovered. And as you walk through life, you will find that the dreams you carry will guide you, just as the stars guide you through the night." The child looked at the moon with wonder in their eyes. "What happens if I don't know what my dream is?" The moon's light grew warmer, filling the air with a gentle reassurance. "Do not worry, little one. Dreams do not always reveal themselves immediately. They come in their own time, when you are ready to see them. Sometimes, you will feel lost, not knowing which way to go. But in those moments, listen carefully. The dreams you carry will always speak to you, guiding you like the softest whisper in your heart. The child smiled, feeling comforted by the moon's words. They stood there for a while, quietly listening to the night, to the soft rustle of the stars, to the eternal rhythm of the universe. In that moment, the world felt perfectly still, and all the worries and uncertainties of the day seemed far away. "Moon," the child said after a while, their voice a whisper, "do you ever stop walking?" The moon's light shimmered, casting a soft glow around them. "No, little one. I never stop. The night is endless. And so is my walk. But my journey is not one of loneliness. I walk with the stars, with the dreams of the world, and with those who gaze up at me, hoping for a sign. I am never truly alone, and neither are you." The child's heart felt full, the weight of the moon's words settling gently within them. They realized that the moon's silent walk was a journey of connection, not of solitude. And in that moment, they knew that their own journey, no matter how long it might take, would always be a part of something greater, something more expansive than they could ever fully understand. The child looked up at the moon, their voice full of quiet wonder. "I think I understand now. Dreams are like stars. They never really go away, even if we can't see them all the time. They're just waiting for the right moment to shine." The moon's glow brightened slightly, as though she was proud of the child's understanding. "Yes, little one. And remember, just as I walk through the night with the stars, so too do you walk through your life with your dreams. They are always there, guiding you, waiting for you to see them." The child nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace settle in their heart. The moon's light wrapped around them like a blanket, and the stars above them whispered their ancient stories. In the stillness of the night, the child felt connected to everything: the earth, the sky, the stars, and all the dreams that filled the universe. And together, the child and the moon continued their journey, knowing that the path ahead was filled with endless possibilities, and that no matter where their walk would take them, they would always be guided by the quiet light of their dreams. The night grew even deeper, the stars twinkling with a gentle rhythm that seemed to speak directly to the heart. The air was cool and filled with a sense of quiet wonder as the child walked beside the moon, their feet gliding over the soft, glowing path. Each step was a gentle reminder of the connection between all things, between the earth and the heavens, between the dreams within and the dreams without. As they walked, the child noticed something new, something almost imperceptible at first, but then unmistakable. The moon, whose light had always been calm and steady, now seemed to be shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. Her light pulsed gently, as if it were breathing in time with the rhythm of the universe. "Moon," the child whispered, their voice barely louder than the rustling of the stars, "why are you glowing so brightly tonight?" The moon's light flickered softly in response, a gentle wave of warmth washing over the child. "Ah, little one," she said, her voice like the distant hum of a lullaby, "tonight is a special night. It is the night when the dreams of the world come together. When they unite in a great, silent dance." The child's eyes widened in wonder. A dance? The moon's light rippled, and for a moment, the stars above seemed to shimmer even more brightly, as if they were joining in her quiet dance. "Yes, a dance," she said softly. "Each dream is a step, each hope a movement. Together, they create something beautiful, something that cannot be seen, but can be felt. The night holds this dance, and I am here to witness it, to carry it in my light. The child's heart fluttered with excitement. Can I see the dance? The moon's glow deepened, casting a silver light that felt like the softest caress. You already are seeing it, little one. The dance is not one of sound, nor one of sight. It is a dance of the soul, a quiet harmony that exists in the space between breaths, in the silence between thoughts. It is the rhythm of all life, the pulse of the universe. The child stood still for a moment, trying to understand. As they listened closely, they could feel it, an invisible rhythm that seemed to pulse gently through the very air around them. It was soft, but powerful, like the heartbeat of the stars themselves. Do all dreams dance like this? The child asked, their voice filled with wonder. Yes, the moon answered, her light shimmering gently. All dreams, no matter how big or small, are part of this dance. Every hope, every wish, every desire, each one has its place in the great flow of the universe. And when they come together, they create something greater than themselves. A quiet, beautiful movement that transcends time and space. The child's eyes sparkled with understanding. So, we're all part of this dance. The moon's glow brightened, filling the night with a soft, comforting warmth. Yes, little one. You, me, the stars, the earth beneath your feet, all of us are part of this eternal dance. It is the dance of life itself, and it is always moving, always shifting, always changing. Even when you cannot see it, it is there, guiding you, holding you, whispering to you. The child closed their eyes for a moment, allowing the quiet rhythm of the universe to fill them. They could feel the dance in the air. In the stillness of the night, in the gentle pulse of the moon's light. It was as if everything was connected, each star, each dream, each heartbeat, all moving in harmony with the silent music of existence. Is this why the night is so peaceful? The child asked, their voice soft, as if not wanting to disturb the gentle dance. The moon's light flickered gently, as if to nod. Yes, little one. The night is a time when the dance slows down, when the world quiets itself to listen. It is a time to reflect, to rest, and to find harmony within. The stars, the dreams, the moon, they all come together in the night, and for a brief moment, everything is at peace. The child smiled, feeling a deep sense of calm settle in their heart. They looked up at the moon, whose light now bathed them in a soft, silvery glow. Moon, the child said quietly, will the dance ever stop? The moon's glow deepened, her light shining brighter and softer at once. No, little one. The dance never stops. It may slow, it may change, but it will always continue. It is the dance of life, of dreams, of time itself. And when one part of the dance ends, another begins. The rhythm of the universe is eternal. The child stood in silence for a while, feeling the weight of the moon's words in their heart. The stars above them twinkled like tiny fragments of light, each one a dancer in the great, silent waltz of the cosmos, and together, the child and the moon continued to walk through the night. Their steps guided by the quiet music of the stars. The dance was never truly over, for it was a dance of light and love, of dreams and time, a dance that moved through them and through everything in existence, and as they walked, the child knew that they, too, were part of that eternal rhythm, a small, but precious step in the great, silent dance of the universe. The night deepened, and the child walked beside the moon in peaceful silence. Each step they took a part of the timeless rhythm that surrounded them. The sky above seemed to stretch endlessly, a canvas painted with millions of stars, each one flickering softly, like a whisper from the past, or a dream yet to unfold. The moon's silver light bathed the world in a quiet glow, and the soft breeze carried with it the distant scent of blossoms that seemed to float on the air. As they walked, the child's gaze fell upon the stars, their eyes tracing the constellations that danced quietly above them. Each star seemed to have its own story, a secret history woven into the very fabric of the sky. The child wondered how many dreams, wishes, and hopes had been shared under their gaze, how many hearts had looked up in wonder, just as they were now. "Moon," the child asked after a while, their voice gentle, "do the stars ever get tired?" The moon's light shimmered, casting a soft glow across the path before them. "Tired?" she repeated, her voice carrying the soft echoes of the night. "No, little one. The stars never grow tired. They burn brightly for as long as they are meant to, and when their time is done, they rest in the quiet embrace of the universe, only to be reborn again in a different form." The child's eyes widened with curiosity. "Reborn? How does that happen?" The moon's light flickered gently, like a breath of wind through the trees. "Stars are born from the dust and light of the universe, and they live their lives in the sky, burning brightly and shining their light. When their time comes to an end, they fade away, their light transforming into something else. It may be a new star, or perhaps a planet, or even the energy that fuels the dreams of the world. Stars are not just lights in the sky, they are part of a greater cycle, a cycle of creation and rebirth." The child's heart felt a quiet sense of awe. So, the stars never really go away. They just change. The moon's glow softened, and she answered with the gentleness of a lullaby. "Yes, little one. Everything in the universe is always changing, always becoming something new. The stars may fade, but their essence lives on in everything they touch. In the dreams of those who gaze at them, in the hearts of those who hope, and in the very fabric of the night itself. Nothing truly disappears. It only transforms." The child stood still for a moment, allowing the moon's words to settle deep within them. They looked up at the stars again, each one now feeling like a friend, someone whose light had touched the world in ways they might never fully understand, but whose presence was still felt in the quiet beauty of the night. "Do you ever feel lonely, moon?" the child asked quietly. The moon's light flickered again, a soft ripple in the air. "Lonely?" she repeated, as if she had never truly considered the idea. "No, little one. I am never lonely. I walk with the stars, with the dreams of the world, with those who gaze up at me. And though the night may seem silent, it is full of life, full of connection. I am always surrounded by the light of the universe, and it is enough." The child thought for a moment, their heart full of warmth. "I don't think I could ever be lonely if I could see the stars every night," they said softly. The moon's glow brightened, as if to smile. You do not need to see the stars every night to know they are with you. The stars are always there, little one, just as your dreams are always within you. They may be hidden by clouds or by the light of the day, but they are never truly gone. They are always watching, waiting, and guiding you. The child nodded slowly, feeling a deep sense of peace in their heart. They had always looked up at the stars in wonder, but now they understood that the stars, the moon, and all the dreams of the world were never truly separate from them. They were part of a greater whole, a dance that stretched across time and space, and they, too, had a place in it. Moon, the child said after a moment, their voice filled with quiet certainty, I think I understand now. The stars, the dreams, the universe, they are all connected, and they are never far away, even when we cannot see them. They live in us, in our hearts. The moon's light shimmered, as though proud of the child's understanding. Yes, little one. You carry the stars within you, and you always will. You are a part of the great rhythm of the universe, a dance that never ends. For a while, they walked together in silence, the quiet peace of the night surrounding them like a soft embrace. The child knew that, no matter where their journey took them, the stars would always be there, watching over them, lighting the way, and the moon, with her gentle, eternal glow, would always walk beside them, guiding them through the night, through the dreams, and through the ever-turning cycle of life and rebirth. The night stretched on, the stars sparkling above like 1,000 whispered secrets, and the moon, ever watchful, cast her silvery glow across the world below. The child walked alongside her, their footsteps light and unhurried, as though they were a part of the very fabric of the night. The cool air was still, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the distance, a soft murmur from the earth itself. The moon's glow seemed brighter now, more vivid, as if she were preparing for something grand and quiet, like the stillness before a storm. There was a sense of expectancy in the air, a gentle pull that beckoned the child forward. Moon, the child spoke softly, their voice filled with a sense of wonder. Is there something special about tonight? You seem different, like you're waiting for something. The moon's light rippled in response, almost as if she were reflecting the child's curiosity. Ah, little one, she said, her voice like the softest breeze, tonight is indeed special. It is a night when all the dreams of the world come together in a silent embrace. A night when the balance of all things is held in perfect harmony. The child's heart fluttered. A night of balance. How do dreams come together like that? The moon's glow shimmered gently, like a lullaby woven from the stars themselves. Dreams, like everything else in the universe, are not separate from each other. They are threads woven into the great tapestry of life. Each dream, no matter how small, no matter how fleeting, has a place in the grand design. Tonight, they all find their way to the same rhythm. The night holds them, quiet and still, for a brief moment of perfect harmony. The child's mind whirled, trying to understand the magnitude of what the moon was saying. So, all the dreams, they are all connected. The moon's light deepened, soft and warm, wrapping around the child like a comforting embrace. Yes, little one. Every dream, every wish, every hope, no matter how distant or different, is connected. They are all part of the same pulse, the same rhythm that beats through the heart of the universe. And tonight, that pulse is still, allowing all dreams to come together, even if only for a moment. The child stood still for a moment, the weight of the moon's words sinking into their heart. They closed their eyes and listened to the night. For the first time, they could hear it, hear the quiet, delicate rhythm of life, the pulse that flowed through everything. It was gentle, like the softest of melodies, and it seemed to carry the whispers of 1,000 dreams. Can we be a part of this harmony too? The child asked quietly, their voice barely above a whisper, as though afraid to disturb the delicate stillness. The moon's glow flickered softly, and her voice was filled with warmth. You are already part of it, little one. You always have been. You, and every living thing, are threads woven into the great tapestry of the universe. Each thought, each action, each breath you take is a note in the symphony of existence. The child smiled softly, feeling a quiet peace settle within them. They looked up at the moon, and in her silvery glow, they saw not just the moon, but the stars, the dreams, and the entire universe, a vast, interconnected dance of life. It was all one. And they were a part of it. For a moment, time seemed to slow. The night deepened around them, the stars twinkling softly, and the moon's light bathed the world in a tranquil glow. Everything was in perfect balance. Every dream, every heartbeat, every star aligned in harmony, and in that moment, the child understood, the universe, with all its dreams and all its mysteries, was not a distant thing. It was alive within them, within all things. They were part of it, and it was part of them. You are never alone, little one, the moon whispered, her voice carrying the timeless wisdom of the cosmos. The dreams of the world, the stars, the night, they are always with you. In your heart, in your soul, they are woven together, a quiet symphony that will never cease. The child closed their eyes and felt the peace of the night wash over them, the moon's gentle glow surrounding them like a cocoon. In that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, they would always be a part of the great, eternal rhythm of the universe, a thread in the tapestry of dreams, and so, they continued their walk beside the moon, feeling the deep, quiet harmony of the night, the pulse of life that whispered through the stars, the dreams, and the heart of the universe itself. The night had settled into a soft, eternal hush, and the child walked alongside the moon, feeling the warmth of her silver light wash over them. The air was still, thick with the gentle presence of the stars, whose light seemed to shimmer and pulse with the steady rhythm of the universe. It was as though the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold in the stillness of the night. As they walked, the child noticed something new. The path beneath their feet, once bathed in the moon's soft glow, now seemed to sparkle with tiny flecks of light, like the dust of distant stars had settled upon the earth. The air around them felt different too, charged with a quiet energy, as if the very atmosphere was vibrating with the pulse of the universe. Moon, the child asked, their voice filled with wonder, what is happening? Everything feels alive in a way I've never felt before. The moon's glow flickered gently, and she answered with a warmth that seemed to embrace the child. Ah, little one, you are beginning to feel the heartbeat of the universe. It is always present, always flowing, but most of the time, we do not notice it. Tonight, however, is a night when that pulse becomes clearer, when the world is more open to it. You are feeling the flow of life, the quiet energy that moves through all things. The child's heart quickened with excitement. Is this what it feels like to truly be connected to everything? To feel the universe in every breath? Yes, the moon replied, her voice soft but full of deep wisdom. This is the moment when the boundaries between you and the world around you seem to dissolve. It is the realization that you are not separate from the stars, the earth, or the dreams. You are part of the same flow, the same rhythm that moves through all things. The child paused, closing their eyes for a moment, trying to absorb the magnitude of what the moon was saying. The pulse, the heartbeat of the universe, was not something distant or abstract. It was in the air they breathed, in the ground beneath their feet, in the light of the stars and the moon. It was alive within them, and they were alive within it. Moon, the child whispered, their voice filled with awe, I can feel it now. It's everywhere. It's in the air, in the stars, in the earth, it's in me. The moon's glow deepened, shimmering with pride and understanding. Yes, little one. You have always been a part of it, but now you are beginning to truly feel it. This is the connection that binds all things together, the light, the dreams, the earth, and the stars. You are never alone, for you are always surrounded by this quiet, living energy. It moves through you, and you move through it. The child looked up at the moon, their heart full of a peaceful knowing. They understood now that the universe was not something distant, something unreachable. It was within them, within everyone, within every living thing. And it was all connected in a dance that stretched across time and space, a dance that was as old as the stars themselves. As they walked on, the child felt the rhythm of the universe in their every step. It was not just a pulse they could hear, it was a pulse they could feel in their bones, in their heart. It was a song, a lullaby that soothed the soul, a melody that moved through everything. The stars above twinkled like the notes of that melody, each one playing its part in the great symphony of the night. The earth beneath their feet hummed with life, and the moon, ever gentle, walked beside them, guiding them through the night with her soft light. Moon, the child said softly, is this why the night feels so peaceful? Because everything is in its right place, because the rhythm of the universe is flowing as it should. The moon's light shimmered, casting a calming glow over the child. Yes, little one. The night holds the balance, the stillness where all things can align. In the quiet of the dark, the universe moves with perfect harmony. It is a time of rest, a time to reconnect with the flow, to remember that we are all part of the same dance. When the world sleeps, it remembers its place in the greater rhythm of life. The child closed their eyes again, allowing the moon's words to settle into their soul. They could feel it now, the deep, steady flow of the universe, the quiet harmony that existed in the space between heartbeats. It was as if everything had fallen into place, and they, too, were a part of that perfect balance. Will the rhythm ever stop? The child asked, their voice soft and filled with a quiet curiosity. The moon's glow flickered gently, like a reassuring sigh. No, little one. The rhythm of the universe is eternal. It may change, it may shift, but it will never stop. It moves through all things, carrying life, carrying dreams, carrying hope. And as long as there is life, as long as there are dreams, the rhythm will continue. The child smiled, a sense of peace settling over them like a soft blanket. They felt a deep connection to the night, to the moon, to the stars, to everything that existed in the world. They understood now that they were part of something much greater than themselves, a dance that had no end, no beginning, just an eternal flow of light, dreams, and life. And as they continued their walk beside the moon, they knew they would carry this rhythm with them always, within their heart, within their soul, forever a part of the great, silent walk of the universe. The night stretched on, bathed in the quiet glow of the moon, who walked beside the child like a constant, gentle companion. The stars above twinkled softly, their light reflecting the serene rhythm of the universe that flowed so quietly, so seamlessly, through all things. The air was still, yet charged with a subtle energy, a deep, peaceful hum that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the earth itself. The child felt the presence of the universe more deeply than ever before, each step they took in harmony with the moon's silent walk. The vastness of the world no longer felt distant or overwhelming, but familiar, an intimate, living connection between them and everything around them. The night had become not just a backdrop for their journey, but a companion, as alive and breathing as they were. "Moon," the child asked quietly, their voice filled with a kind of wonder, "do you ever wonder about the stars? Where they go when they fade?" The moon's light flickered, a soft, thoughtful shimmer. "Ah, little one," she said softly, "the stars never truly fade. They only change, like all things. The stars that fade from view are simply following their path, becoming something new, something different. Some may transform into new stars. Others may fade into the quiet corners of the sky, waiting to be reborn in another form. Nothing in the universe ever truly disappears. It only shifts, it transforms, and its essence continues." The child's heart fluttered with a gentle sense of peace. So, when something fades, it doesn't mean it's gone forever. It's just changing. The moon's glow brightened, as though she were smiling at the child's understanding. "Yes, little one. Everything changes, everything moves in cycles. The stars, the moon, the earth, everything is part of a great dance of transformation. The essence of all things endures, even as they change shape, even as they take on new forms." The child paused, looking up at the moon, a thought lingering in their mind. Does that mean we, too, change in this way? That when we are no longer here, our essence continues in some form? The moon's light shimmered softly, her voice calm and steady. "Yes, little one. Just as the stars change, so too do you. Your essence is woven into the fabric of the universe, and though your form may change, the light of your spirit continues. It lives on in the dreams of those who walk in the night, in the hearts of those you touch, in the stories that are shared in the quiet of the dark. Life is a cycle, and your place in it is never truly lost." The child felt a sense of comfort wash over them, like a warm, soft embrace. The idea of change no longer felt like something to fear, but rather something to embrace, a part of the natural rhythm of the universe. "Do the stars know this?" the child asked, their voice filled with quiet curiosity. "Do they understand that they are part of something greater?" The moon's light deepened, soft and reflective. "The stars know, little one. They know that they are part of something much greater than themselves, just as you are. They shine with the knowledge that their light is part of a greater whole, that they are a part of the cycle of life, of transformation. And they shine not for themselves, but for the others, for those who walk beneath them. For the dreams that are shared, for the hearts that are touched. The child smiled, feeling a sense of connection that stretched far beyond the night, beyond the stars. It was as if the very universe had opened up before them, and they could feel the pulse of it in their chest, in their heart. They were part of the great, eternal rhythm of life. As they continued their walk, the child noticed something new. The path beneath their feet, once bathed in moonlight, now seemed to shimmer with tiny flecks of stardust, as if the very earth itself was sharing in the rhythm of the universe. The air was thick with the scent of night-blooming flowers, and the distant sound of rustling leaves seemed to be in tune with the soft heartbeat of the world. "Moon," the child said quietly, "how can we ever truly understand the vastness of the universe? How can we know all the stars, all the changes, all the dreams?" The moon's glow rippled, as though she were thinking, considering the child's words. "You may never fully understand the vastness of the universe, little one. But that is not the point. The point is to walk with it, to listen to its rhythm, to feel its heartbeat in your own. The universe does not require you to know everything. It only asks that you be present, that you walk with the stars and the dreams, that you listen to the quiet whispers of the night. And in that listening, you will understand more than words could ever convey." The child nodded, the peace of the moon's words settling within them. They didn't need to know everything. They only needed to walk with the world, to be present, to listen, and to feel the quiet rhythm of life. The understanding would come, not in grand revelations, but in small moments of connection, and so, the child walked on, side by side with the moon, their heart full of the quiet knowledge that they were never alone, that they were always part of the vast, eternal cycle of life, light, and dreams. The rhythm of the universe pulsed gently around them, and they knew that, no matter where their journey took them, they would always be walking in the light of the stars, forever part of the silent dance of the night. The moon hung high above, a serene presence in the velvet sky, and the child, walking alongside her, felt a deep sense of peace that seemed to flow through their very being. The universe had opened up in ways they could never have imagined, and yet, there was still so much more to discover, so much more to feel. Each step they took felt like an exploration, not just of the world around them, but of the depths of their own heart. The night was alive with the soft murmurs of the wind and the distant rustle of leaves. It was a night unlike any other, a night where the ordinary felt extraordinary, where the silence itself spoke in whispers of hidden truths. The child's senses were heightened. And the more they walked, the more they felt the delicate, unspoken pulse of the world beneath their feet. "Moon," the child said, their voice a gentle murmur, "how do we know what path to take? How do we know which way is right?" The moon's glow shimmered, and her light seemed to soften, as though she were considering the child's question with great care. "Ah, little one," she said, her voice soothing like a lullaby, "there is no single right path. The journey you walk is your own, shaped by your choices, your heart, and the dreams that guide you. The path may not always be clear, and sometimes the way ahead may seem uncertain. But remember this, the path you take is always the one that leads you closer to who you are meant to be." The child thought about the moon's words, feeling the weight of them settle deep within. So, There is no wrong way. The moon's light deepened, shimmering with warmth and wisdom. No, little one. There are many ways to walk through life, and each one is a reflection of your spirit. Some paths may be more difficult, others more peaceful, but each one is a step in your journey of discovery. What matters is that you stay true to yourself, that you listen to your heart and to the whispers of the universe. The right path is the one that feels true to who you are in each moment. The child closed their eyes for a moment, letting the moon's words wash over them like a gentle breeze. They understood now. The journey wasn't about finding a perfect, unchanging path. It was about embracing each step, each choice, and trusting that, in the end, it would all lead them to exactly where they needed to be. Moon, the child said softly, how do we listen to the whispers of the universe? How do we hear them clearly? The moon's glow flickered, as though she were smiling. To listen, you must first be still, little one. You must quiet the noise within, the chatter of your mind, and open yourself to the world around you. The universe speaks not in loud, crashing words, but in the subtle whispers of the heart, the quiet rustle of the wind, the soft glow of the stars. When you are still, when you are present in the moment, the whispers will come to you. And you will know them for what they are, guides, gentle nudges, soft reminders that you are part of something much greater. The child nodded, their heart feeling lighter with each word the moon spoke. They had felt it, hadn't they? The quiet pull of something greater, something more than themselves. It was in the way the stars seemed to guide their steps, in the way the night wrapped them in its gentle embrace. They had always known, deep down, that there was a rhythm, a song that called them to follow. As they continued walking, the child noticed that the world seemed to grow even more vibrant, more alive with each passing moment. The air was cooler now, the breeze carrying the scent of distant pine trees, and the stars above twinkled brighter, casting their silver light upon the earth below. The moon, ever steady, walked beside them, her light a constant reminder of the path they walked together. There is something I don't understand, the child said, their voice soft but thoughtful. You've said that we are part of the universe, that we are part of the same rhythm. But how do we stay connected to it? How do we make sure we don't forget? The moon's glow deepened, and her light seemed to radiate warmth, like a loving presence wrapping around the child. You will never truly forget, little one, she replied gently. Even when you wander, even when you feel lost, the rhythm of the universe is always with you. It is in your heart, in your breath, in the very essence of your being. To stay connected, you need only remember to listen, to the stillness within, to the quiet whispers of the night, to the song of your own heart. The connection is always there, and when you need it most, it will guide you back. The child felt a sudden surge of gratitude, a quiet, deep thankfulness for the moon's guidance, for her wisdom, for the gift of knowing that they were never truly alone. The universe was not some far-off, unreachable force, it was something they carried with them, something they could always return to. Moon, the child said softly, I think I understand now. The path we walk, the journey we take, it's about being present, about trusting in the rhythm of life, and knowing that, no matter where we go, we are always part of the same song. The moon's glow shimmered brighter, her light filled with love and understanding. Yes, little one. You are always part of the song. And as long as you walk with an open heart, with a stillness in your soul, the rhythm will carry you, and you will never lose your way. The child smiled, feeling a warmth spread through them, a quiet peace that filled their heart. They didn't need to know everything. They didn't need to have all the answers. All they needed to do was walk, listen, and trust. The rhythm of the universe would guide them, always, and so, they continued their walk beneath the moon's quiet light, their heart open to the whispers of the world, knowing that they were never truly lost. They were always moving in the right direction, closer to their true self, closer to the eternal song of the stars. The child continued their journey beneath the moon's quiet glow, the sense of peace they had been experiencing deepening as they walked further. The night, still and serene, seemed to hold a timeless quality, as if all things, past, present, and future, were connected through the silence of the moon's presence. The child's thoughts lingered on the moon's words. They had been given a profound understanding of their journey, that the path ahead was not about knowing every step, but about trusting in the rhythm of the universe. Yet, there was still a part of them that wondered. The questions that had once seemed so vast and distant now felt closer, more personal. "Moon," the child asked, their voice soft but clear, "how do we know if we are truly walking the right path? How do we understand the signs that the universe gives us?" The moon's light, constant and steady, flickered slightly in response. Her voice, as always, was gentle and measured. The right path is not one that is always clear in the way you might expect. There are no concrete markers that guarantee you are on the right path. What matters is whether the path you are on feels true to your inner self, to your purpose. When you walk with an open heart, when you listen deeply to your instincts, the signs will become apparent. They may not always be obvious at first, but over time, you will learn to recognize them, subtle hints that guide you, gentle nudges that direct your attention. The child paused, taking in the moon's wisdom. It was true, they thought. The signs had always been there, in the quiet moments when they felt an unexpected pull, a sense of knowing, or when the world around them seemed to align with their thoughts in a way that couldn't be explained by mere chance. The moon continued, her light now warmer, as if she were offering a reassurance. The signs are often quiet, like whispers in the wind or the soft glimmer of the stars. They are not loud, but they are constant. They are there when you need them, guiding you to the next step. But it is up to you to listen, to pay attention, and to trust in what you feel. Trust that the path you walk is the one you are meant to follow. The child nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the moon's words settle within. They understood now that the journey was not about certainty, but about trust, the trust that the universe would reveal what they needed to know at the right time. It was not a matter of waiting for a perfect path, but of recognizing the path that was unfolding with each moment, and moving forward with confidence. But, the child asked, what if we don't always know which way to go? What if we feel lost or uncertain? The moon's light flickered again, a subtle shift, as if she were smiling. Uncertainty is a part of life, little one. It is natural to feel lost at times. But even in those moments, you are still walking the right path. Sometimes, being uncertain is simply the universe's way of reminding you to slow down, to listen more closely, and to trust that things will unfold as they should. The feeling of being lost is only temporary. The more you walk with an open heart, the more the path will reveal itself. The child's heart swelled with understanding. They had often felt lost, unsure of which direction to take. But the moon was right, those moments of uncertainty were not signs of failure. They were simply part of the process, part of the ongoing journey of growth and discovery, and when the path is difficult? The child asked, their voice tinged with a quiet concern. What if it feels like too much? The moon's light seemed to deepen, becoming more contemplative. There will always be challenges along the way, little one. But remember this, every challenge you face is an opportunity for growth. The difficult moments are not obstacles meant to stop you, but lessons meant to teach you something important. Trust that you have the strength to overcome them. And know that even in the hardest of times, the universe is supporting you. You are never truly alone. The child felt a profound sense of reassurance at these words. The moon's wisdom was like a steady beacon in the night, offering guidance and solace no matter the circumstances. You are stronger than you realize, the moon continued, her tone filled with warmth. And every step you take, even the ones that feel difficult, bring you closer to understanding, closer to your true self. Keep walking with an open heart, keep listening, and trust that the path will unfold as it should. The child smiled softly, feeling the weight of their fears lift. They now understood that the challenges they faced were part of the same rhythm of life, and that they were equipped to meet them with strength and grace. Thank you, moon, the child whispered, their voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for walking with me, for showing me the way. The moon's glow brightened, a soft and loving light that seemed to wrap around the child like a protective embrace. You are always welcome, little one. Remember, I will always walk with you, as will the stars, as will the rhythm of the universe. You are never alone. The child continued their walk, the moon's steady presence beside them, guiding them forward. With each step, they felt more connected to the universe, more at peace with the journey they were on. And as the night stretched on, they knew with certainty that they were exactly where they were meant to be. As the child walked alongside the moon, the vastness of the night sky seemed to stretch farther and farther, and with it, their sense of wonder grew. The moon's glow bathed everything in its light, casting long shadows on the earth below and illuminating the path ahead. The night felt endless, timeless, and yet, in this moment, everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. It was as though the universe itself had paused, holding its breath in quiet anticipation. The child felt a gentle pull at their heart, a question that had been lingering in the back of their mind for some time now, ready to be asked. Moon, the child said, their voice a quiet whisper, why do we walk? Why do we keep moving forward? Even when we don't know exactly where we are going? The moon's light shimmered, as if considering the question with the same quiet thoughtfulness she had shared all along. Ah, little one, she said, her voice soft but filled with understanding, we walk because it is in our nature to move forward, to grow, to explore. The journey is not about the destination, but about the experience of walking itself. Every step you take, every moment you live, is a part of something much greater than you can see. The walk is where the magic happens, where you learn, where you discover, where you connect with the world around you and with the deep rhythms of the universe. The child thought about this. feeling a deep sense of peace in the moon's words. It was true. They had always been in motion, not necessarily because they had a specific destination, but because there was something in the act of moving forward that felt right, something in the journey itself that was worth experiencing. But the child hesitated. What if we stop? What if we can't keep moving forward? The moon's glow softened, becoming even more radiant, as if enveloping the child in a protective embrace. "It is okay to pause," she said gently. "Sometimes, in order to move forward, you must first stop. There is wisdom in stillness, in taking a moment to breathe and listen. Pauses are not signs of weakness or failure. They are moments of reflection, where you can reconnect with yourself and the world around you. The key is not to stay still forever, but to find the right time to begin walking again." The child closed their eyes for a moment, allowing the moon's words to settle deep within. They had often felt the weight of needing to keep moving, of feeling like they couldn't stop or slow down. But now, they understood that stopping wasn't a sign of giving up, it was simply a part of the process, a necessary pause before the next step. The moon's light flickered again, and she spoke with a gentle smile in her tone. "The walk is not always linear. Sometimes, you will take detours, face obstacles, or even go backward for a time. But as long as you keep walking with an open heart, the universe will always find a way to bring you forward. Every step, no matter how small, is progress. You are always moving towards something greater, even if you cannot see it yet." The child felt a deep sense of comfort in the moon's words. They realized that it wasn't about rushing to the end, it was about the journey itself, the lessons learned along the way, the moments of growth and understanding that could only come through walking, through experiencing life in its fullest, most present form. "Thank you, Moon," the child whispered. "Thank you for helping me understand that it's okay to pause. It's okay to take my time." The moon's light grew warmer, as though smiling down upon the child. "You are welcome, little one. Remember, there is no rush. You are exactly where you need to be." The child's heart swelled with a sense of gratitude. The weight of their worries seemed to lift, replaced by a newfound sense of peace. They no longer felt the pressure to hurry, to have all the answers, or to always be moving forward. They could walk at their own pace, knowing that as long as they were true to themselves, the path would unfold as it should, and so, with the moon walking silently beside them, the child continued their journey, no longer in a hurry, but fully present in each step. Each moment, each breath. The night stretched on, peaceful and infinite, and with every step they took, they felt more connected to the rhythm of the universe, to the quiet wisdom of the moon, and to the beauty of the journey itself. The child smiled, feeling the weight of the world lift, knowing that, no matter where the path led, they would always have the moon beside them, guiding them with her silent, steady light. The night unfolded like a blanket of stars, wrapping the child in its quiet embrace as they continued to walk alongside the moon. The path before them was gentle, winding through fields of silver-tipped grass that swayed softly in the evening breeze. With each step, the child's heart grew lighter, and the peaceful rhythm of their journey deepened. As they walked, the child's thoughts began to shift. They had been reflecting on the lessons the moon had shared with them, and now, a new question lingered at the edge of their mind. It wasn't a question about the path or the journey, It was something more personal, something that had always been there but hadn't fully been understood until now. "Moon," the child asked softly, their voice barely above a whisper, "how do we know when we have found what we're searching for? How do we recognize it when it comes?" The moon's light shimmered, as if pausing to consider the question, before her voice filled the air with the calm wisdom she had always shared. "Ah, little one, the search is not always about finding a specific thing. What you seek may not always look like what you imagine. The search is about discovering yourself, understanding your place in the world, and opening your heart to the possibilities that surround you. When the time comes, you will recognize it, not because it fits your expectations, but because it will resonate with the truth of your being." The child stopped walking for a moment, letting the moon's words wash over them. It was true, they thought. The journey had not been about finding one singular thing or achieving one specific goal. It had been about understanding the world, their place in it, and who they were becoming as they walked. The child could feel that their heart had been searching for something all along, but what it was, what they were truly seeking, was not clear. "But," the child pressed, "how will I know when I've found it? How do I recognize it in the moment?" The moon's glow softened, bathing the child in her serene light. "You will know, little one, because it will feel like home. It will bring a sense of peace, a sense of alignment with your true self. It will not necessarily be a grand event or a sudden revelation. It will simply be a moment where everything feels right, as though the pieces of the puzzle have come together. When you are in tune with your heart, when you trust yourself, you will recognize it because it will speak to you in a language that your soul understands." The child closed their eyes for a moment, letting the moon's words settle deep within. The idea of home resonated with them. They had been searching for something external, but perhaps what they were truly seeking was a deeper connection to themselves, a sense of belonging to the world, to the universe. They had been walking toward understanding, and perhaps that was the answer they had been looking for all along. "Thank you, Moon," the child said, their voice filled with a quiet gratitude. "Thank you for helping me see that the search is not about finding something outside of myself, but about discovering what is already within." The moon's light grew brighter, as if smiling down upon the child. "You are welcome, little one. Remember, the most important journey is the one within. Everything you seek is already within you, waiting to be discovered." The child nodded slowly, feeling a sense of peace wash over them. They had been so focused on finding something outside of themselves, but now they understood that the search was not about seeking something distant or elusive. It was about looking inward, about connecting with their own truth and allowing it to guide them. As they resumed their walk, the night seemed to embrace them even more fully. The stars above sparkled brightly, and the moon's soft glow illuminated the path ahead. The child felt lighter, more at ease with the journey, and more connected to the world around them, and as they continued to walk beneath the vast, quiet sky, they knew that the search was never truly over. It was a journey of discovery that would continue for as long as they walked. The path ahead was still uncertain, but now, with the moon's wisdom guiding them, the child felt ready to meet whatever came next. Because, in that moment, they realized they were no longer searching for something outside of themselves. They were simply walking, fully present, with an open heart, trusting that each step would lead them exactly where they needed to go. The night unfolded in all its beauty, the stars shimmering softly above and the moon casting a calm, steady light across the land. The child walked quietly beside the moon, feeling the gentle pull of the world around them as though it were all part of a greater dance, an endless rhythm of life and light. With each step, the child found themselves more attuned to the silence of the night. It was a silence that spoke louder than words, a silence filled with meaning and wisdom. The air was still, yet full of unseen motion, a quiet hum that resonated deep within their soul. After some time, the child turned to the moon, their heart full of new reflections. "Moon," they asked, their voice carrying a hint of wonder, "how do we know when we are truly ready for what lies ahead? How do we prepare ourselves for the unknown?" The moon's light flickered softly, as if she were listening carefully, before responding in her usual calm tone. "Little one, readiness is not always about being fully prepared, as you might think. It is about trust. Trusting that whatever comes next, you will have what you need to face it. There is no perfect moment to be ready, for life is ever changing, ever flowing. The key is not in waiting for the right time, but in embracing the journey, trusting that you will find the strength and wisdom to meet whatever the world brings." The child pondered the moon's words, feeling the truth of them stir within. It was true, there would never be a perfect time, and there was no way to know exactly what the future held. But the moon was right. The journey was about trust, about moving forward even when the way ahead wasn't clear, and believing in themselves enough to know that they could face whatever challenges or joys the universe had in store. "So," the child said, a sense of clarity beginning to emerge in their voice, "we don't need to wait for everything to be perfect. We just need to trust that we have what it takes." The moon's glow deepened, as if embracing the child's realization. Exactly. Trusting that you have what you need does not mean you will always have all the answers or that the way will always be easy. But it means knowing that within you is a deep well of strength, wisdom, and love. You are more capable than you realize, and the journey itself will help you grow into the person you need to be. Every step you take, even those that feel uncertain or difficult, brings you closer to your true self. The child's heart felt lighter with each of the moon's words. They had always wondered if they were truly ready for the challenges ahead, but now they understood that readiness wasn't about perfection, it was about trust in themselves and in the path they were walking. "There's so much unknown ahead," the child whispered, almost to themselves. "But maybe that's okay." The moon's light shimmered with quiet approval. "Yes, little one. The unknown is not something to fear. It is simply a part of the journey. The future is always unknown, but that is where the magic lies. It is in the unknown that you will discover new things about the world, about others, and most importantly, about yourself. Trust that the unknown holds something beautiful, something that you cannot yet see, but that will unfold when the time is right." The child felt a gentle warmth in their heart, a warmth that spread through them like sunlight at dawn. The unknown no longer seemed so intimidating. It was simply a part of life, a part of the journey that was meant to be embraced, not feared. The moon's voice softened, as if sharing a final piece of wisdom before the child continued on their way. "Remember, the world is vast, and there is much to discover. But the most important discovery is always the one you make within yourself. The more you trust, the more you will find the answers you seek. You are never truly unprepared as long as you carry trust in your heart." The child smiled, feeling a quiet peace settle over them. The path ahead might still be uncertain, but they now knew that they had everything they needed to meet whatever it brought. Trust. Strength. The wisdom of the universe flowing through them, guiding them forward. With the moon's light shining down, the child continued their walk, no longer burdened by the weight of uncertainty. The journey was unfolding, and they were ready to embrace it, one step at a time, with trust in their heart and the knowledge that, no matter what, they would always have the strength to move forward. As the child continued their journey under the moon's gentle light, a sense of calm settled over them. The landscape around them had shifted. The fields of silver-tipped grass were now replaced by a soft, misty forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches reaching toward the sky like ancient hands. The moon's light filtered through the leaves, casting soft, shimmering shadows that danced on the ground. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the scent of earth and dew. The child felt as though they were walking through a dream. Surrounded by the quiet wisdom of the forest and the steady presence of the moon beside them. There was a peace here, a stillness that invited introspection, and for the first time, the child felt completely at ease in the unknown. As they walked deeper into the forest, the child began to feel the pull of something, a subtle energy that seemed to come from the trees, the earth, and the sky itself. It was as if the forest was alive with a quiet song, one that was old and timeless, one that spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. "Moon," the child said, their voice barely more than a breath, "do you hear that? The song of the forest. It's like the world is alive with a deep, silent rhythm." The moon's light flickered as though smiling in agreement. "Yes, little one," she replied, her voice soft and comforting. "The world is always alive, always humming with the music of existence. It is the rhythm of life that flows through everything, the trees, the earth, the sky, and even within you. This song is a reminder that all things are connected, that everything has a purpose and a place in the grand design." The child listened carefully, feeling the resonance of the forest's song in their heart. It was a quiet song, one that didn't need to be heard with the ears, but with the soul. The sound was not just in the wind or the rustling of the leaves, but in the very fabric of existence. In the pulse of life itself. "Is this what you meant when you spoke of trust?" the child asked, their voice filled with wonder. "That we are all part of this song, this rhythm?" "Yes," the moon answered, her light shimmering softly. "Trust is not only about trusting yourself, but trusting the rhythm of the universe, the flow of life. Just as the forest knows when to grow, when to shed its leaves, and when to rest, you too will find your own rhythm. You will know when to act, when to pause, and when to let things unfold. The universe is constantly guiding you, and as you trust in its rhythm, you will find your place within it." The child paused, standing still for a moment and letting the song of the forest wash over them. They felt as though they were part of something much larger, something older and wiser than they could fully comprehend. It was as if the very earth beneath their feet was breathing with them, urging them to trust the journey, to follow the quiet rhythm of the world and their own heart. "I think I understand now," the child said softly, their heart swelling with a quiet sense of peace. "It's not about rushing ahead or forcing things. It's about being present, about listening to the world and to myself, and finding my place in this rhythm." The moon's light grew brighter, as though affirming the child's realization. "Yes, little one," she said. "When you move in harmony with the rhythm of the universe, you will find that life flows more easily. Trust the process, trust the timing, and most of all, trust that you are exactly where you are meant to be. Every step you take, no matter how small, is part of the dance of life." The child smiled, feeling the weight of their worries lift. They no longer felt the need to rush or to strive for something outside themselves. They simply needed to listen, to the world, to their heart, and to the quiet song of the universe. In that moment, they knew that the journey would unfold as it was meant to, and that they would always find their way, step by step, with trust in the rhythm of life, with the moon guiding them and the forest singing its ancient song. The child continued on their journey. The path ahead was still unknown, but the rhythm of the world was clear, and with every step they took, they felt more and more at peace, knowing that they were walking in harmony with the universe itself. The night had grown deeper, the sky now a rich velvet, scattered with countless stars. The child continued to walk alongside the moon, whose light had softened, casting a tranquil glow that seemed to embrace the entire world. The forest around them was still, but there was a palpable sense of life within it, like a heartbeat, steady and slow, beating in sync with the universe. As they walked, the child began to feel a subtle change within themselves. It was not an external shift, but an inner one, a gentle stirring that seemed to come from the very depths of their being. It was as though they were no longer just walking through the forest, they were becoming part of it, becoming part of the rhythm of the world. "Moon," the child said quietly, their voice filled with a sense of awe, "I feel different now. It's as if the world is inside me, and I am inside the world." The moon's light shimmered as she replied, her voice gentle and soothing. "Yes, little one. You are beginning to understand. The connection between you and the world around you is not separate, but woven together like the threads of a tapestry. The rhythm of the world is your rhythm, and your rhythm is the world's. You are never apart from it, you are a part of it." The child closed their eyes for a moment, feeling the truth of the moon's words settle deep within them. They had spent so much of their life feeling like they were separate from everything around them, like they were on a journey that was entirely their own. But now, in this moment, they understood. They were not alone. They were woven into the very fabric of existence, part of the great, silent dance of life. As they opened their eyes and continued walking, the child noticed something new, a soft, glowing light in the distance. It was faint at first, but as they drew closer, it grew brighter, more vivid, until it illuminated the path ahead like a beacon. The child felt a pull toward it, a quiet invitation to continue, to move forward. "What is that light?" the child asked, their curiosity piqued. "That light," the moon replied, "is your own light. It is the light of your spirit, your true self. It has always been within you, waiting for you to recognize it, to let it shine. You have walked long and far, and now you are ready to embrace it fully." The child stopped in their tracks, the truth of the moon's words resonating deeply within. They had spent so much time looking outward, seeking answers and guidance from the world around them. But the moon was right, the answers had always been within. The light they had been searching for, the guidance they had longed for, was already there, shining quietly in the depths of their own heart. With newfound understanding, the child stepped toward the light, feeling its warmth envelop them like a gentle embrace. The light seemed to draw them in, and as they stepped closer, it filled them with a sense of peace, of belonging, of alignment with everything that had come before and everything that would follow. "You are ready now," the moon said softly. "Ready to walk in your own light, to trust your own path, and to embrace the journey ahead. This light will guide you, not just on your path through the world, but on your path through your own heart." The child smiled, feeling the weight of their doubts and fears melt away. They were no longer seeking the answers outside, they had found them within. The light of their own spirit, their own truth, would guide them forward, every step of the way. As the child stood there, bathed in the light of their own heart, they knew that the journey was far from over. There would be challenges, moments of doubt, and twists in the road ahead. But now, they understood something important. They were never alone. They were always connected to the world, to the moon, to the rhythm of life. And most importantly, they were always connected to their own inner light, a light that would never dim. No matter where the journey took them, with a heart full of peace, the child turned once more toward the path ahead. The moon, glowing brightly in the sky, watched over them with a quiet, loving gaze, knowing that this was not an end, but a new beginning, a beginning where the child would walk, not in search of something outside themselves, but in full awareness of the light that already burned brightly within. The whispering meadows, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber, rose, and soft lavender. You found yourself standing at the edge of a vast meadow, its grasses swaying gently in the evening breeze, as though moved by an unseen rhythm. The air was warm, carrying the faint, sweet scent of wildflowers, and the world around you seemed to exhale a collective sigh, settling into the calm embrace of twilight. This was no ordinary meadow. The moment you stepped closer, you could feel it, the quiet hum of life, a presence that seemed to linger in every blade of grass, every petal, every shadow cast by the fading sunlight. It was as if the meadow was alive. Not just with the soft rustling of leaves or the chirping of hidden crickets, but with something deeper, something ancient and knowing. You hesitated at the edge, the weight of the world still clinging to your shoulders. But the meadow seemed to beckon you, whispering in a voice too soft to hear, yet clear enough to feel. It was inviting, not demanding, a gentle call to step forward, to leave behind the noise and busyness of the world and immerse yourself in its quiet embrace. With a slow breath, you took your first step into the meadow. The grasses brushed against your legs, soft as silk, and the earth beneath your feet was cool and firm, grounding you as you moved deeper into this serene world. Each step felt lighter, as though the meadow itself was helping you shed the burdens you carried, one by one, until all that remained was the quiet rhythm of your breath and the gentle sway of the grasses around you. The further you walked, the more the meadow seemed to come alive. The whispers grew stronger, not words, but a soft, melodic murmur, like the song of the wind as it danced through the tall grass. The sound was soothing, wrapping around you like a warm blanket, easing the tension from your body and quieting the thoughts in your mind. In the heart of the meadow, a cluster of flowers stood tall, their petals glowing faintly in the dim light. They seemed to pulse gently, as though in harmony with the whispers. You knelt down to observe them, their delicate beauty drawing you closer. Each flower was unique, its colors shifting subtly as you gazed at it, like the changing light of the sky at dawn. The whispers grew louder here, though they were still gentle, almost like a lullaby. As you reached out to touch one of the flowers, a soft breeze swept through the meadow, carrying with it a sense of peace so profound it brought tears to your eyes. It was as though the meadow was speaking to you, not with words, but with feelings, with memories, with a deep knowing that resonated within your soul. You are welcome here, the meadow seemed to say, its voice a soothing melody that filled the air. Rest and listen. There is no need to hurry. There is no need to seek. Everything you need is already here, waiting for you in the stillness. You sat down among the glowing flowers, letting their light bathe you in its warmth. The whispers continued, blending with the rustling of the grass and the soft chirping of crickets, creating a symphony of calm that seemed to cradle you in its embrace. As the stars began to appear overhead, their light twinkling gently in the vast sky, you felt a profound sense of belonging. The meadow, with its whispers and its gentle hum, was not just a place, it was a sanctuary, a reminder that the world held spaces of quiet and peace, if only you took the time to find them. For the first time in what felt like forever, you allowed yourself to let go. To simply be. To listen to the whispers of the meadow and let them guide you, not to answers, but to a deeper understanding of the questions that had led you here. And as the night deepened, the meadow's whispers wrapped around you like a soft cocoon, promising rest, promising peace, promising that no matter where your journey took you, this place of quiet and stillness would always be with you, within your heart. Good night, dear friend. Rest here in the whispering meadows, and let their gentle song carry you into the sweetest of dreams. The world can wait. For now, all that matters is this moment, this stillness. This peace. The stars above were scattered like glittering shards of silver, their light soft and inviting, casting a gentle glow over the meadow. The grasses swayed in unison, moving to a rhythm only they could hear, and the whispers of the meadow continued, weaving a soothing melody that seemed to blend with the night itself. You lay among the glowing flowers, their faint luminescence a comforting presence, as if the meadow itself were watching over you. The whispers were stronger now, not louder, but more distinct, each note carrying a message, a memory, a feeling that seemed to come from deep within the earth. Rest, the meadow seemed to hum. There is no rush. The world will wait. And so you rested, your body sinking into the cool earth as the tension of the day melted away. The whispers began to shift, growing softer, more intimate, like a voice speaking directly to your heart. They spoke not in words, but in emotions, an invitation to reflect, to let go, to simply be. Images began to drift through your mind, not like vivid memories but like soft impressions, carried on the breeze. You saw a small stream winding through the meadow, its waters glimmering under the starlight. You felt the coolness of its touch as though you were already there, its gentle flow washing away the heaviness of the world. You stood and began to walk toward the stream, guided by its quiet murmur. The grasses brushed against your legs, their movements gentle, as if encouraging you forward. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the whispers of the meadow followed you, soft and constant, like a heartbeat. When you reached the stream, it was even more beautiful than you had imagined. Its waters sparkled as if imbued with starlight, flowing effortlessly over smooth stones that seemed to hum faintly with the rhythm of the meadow. You knelt beside it, dipping your fingers into the cool, clear water, and as you did, the whispers became more distinct, more personal. They spoke of release, of letting go of the things that no longer served you. They spoke of forgiveness, not just for others, but for yourself. And they spoke of renewal, of the endless cycles of life that mirrored the stream's flow, always moving forward, always finding a way. As you listened, the stream seemed to invite you to immerse yourself fully, to let its waters carry away the weight of the past. Without hesitation, you stepped into the stream, the coolness enveloping you, a soothing balm for your soul. The water rose gently around you, its touch light yet profound, and as it did, you felt an overwhelming sense of release, as if the stream itself was washing away all the burdens you had carried. The whispers of the meadow grew stronger, a chorus of soft voices blending together in perfect harmony. They did not speak in words, but in understanding, in a deep, quiet knowing that filled you from within. You felt lighter, freer, as though the stream had not only cleansed your body but also your spirit. When you stepped out of the stream, the meadow welcomed you back, the grasses swaying in gentle celebration, the glowing flowers pulsing softly as if in time with your heartbeat. You felt different, renewed, grounded, yet lighter than before. The whispers had settled into a quiet hum, not distant, but close, like an old friend who had always been by your side. You lay back among the glowing flowers once more, your body sinking into the cool earth. The stars above twinkled down at you, their light brighter now, more vibrant, as though they, too, recognized the transformation within you. The meadow seemed to embrace you fully, its whispers now a part of you, woven into the very fabric of your being. The night deepened, the world growing still, and as you closed your eyes, you felt the meadow's peace wrap around you like a warm blanket. The whispers carried you into a place of quiet dreams, where the stars sang softly and the stream's gentle flow echoed in the distance. Good night, dear friend. The whispering meadows are here for you, always, a sanctuary of calm and renewal. As you drift into sleep, may the whispers guide you to the sweetest of dreams, and may their peace remain with you long after the night has passed. The first light of dawn brushed the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of gold and blush. The meadow stirred gently, its grasses swaying in greeting to the new day. You lay nestled among the glowing flowers, their faint luminescence now fading into the warm hues of morning. The whispers of the meadow had grown quiet, replaced by the gentle hum of waking life, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, and the soothing murmur of the stream nearby. As your eyes opened, you felt a profound sense of calm, as though the meadow had cradled you through the night, weaving its peace into the fabric of your dreams. The world beyond felt distant, unimportant, and for now, the meadow was all that existed. You sat up slowly, the soft grass cool beneath your hands, and gazed around at the serene beauty that surrounded you. The meadow seemed to glisten in the morning light, dewdrops clinging to the tips of the grass like tiny jewels. The air was crisp, filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of the damp earth. The whispers returned, faint and gentle, as if carried on the morning breeze. They spoke of beginnings, of the quiet power held in the early hours of the day. Each dawn is a gift, the meadow seemed to murmur. A chance to start anew, to step forward with lightness and purpose. Drawn by the pull of the whispers, you stood and began to walk. The meadow welcoming your steps with a soft rustling of grass. The stream you had visited the night before shimmered in the early light, its waters reflecting the sky like a mirror. You followed its gentle path, the sound of its flow steady and comforting. As you walked, the meadow began to reveal itself in ways you hadn't noticed before. Small creatures darted through the underbrush, a rabbit pausing to watch you with curious eyes, a family of deer grazing peacefully in the distance. Birds flitted from tree to tree, their songs blending with the hum of the meadow, creating a symphony of life that seemed to celebrate the new day. The whispers guided you toward a small hill at the heart of the meadow, its peak crowned with a solitary tree. Its branches stretched wide, as though embracing the sky, and its leaves shimmered with an iridescent glow, catching the light in a way that seemed almost magical. Climbing the gentle slope, you felt a sense of anticipation building within you, as though the meadow itself was leading you to something important. When you reached the top, the view took your breath away. The entire meadow stretched out before you, a sea of green and gold, dotted with flowers and kissed by the light of the rising sun. Beneath the tree, the whispers grew stronger, wrapping around you like a soft embrace. They carried a sense of understanding, of quiet wisdom, as if the meadow had been waiting for this moment to share its heart with you. You are part of this, the whispers seemed to say. The meadow, the stream, the sky, all are connected, and so are you. There is no separation, no distance. Only unity. You sat beneath the tree, its sturdy trunk a steady presence at your back. The whispers filled the air around you, blending with the rustling leaves and the distant song of the stream. You closed your eyes and let the sounds wash over you, each note a reminder of the deep connection you shared with this place, with the world. The meadow wasn't just a sanctuary, it was a reflection of something deeper, a reminder of the quiet harmony that existed within you, waiting to be uncovered. The whispers didn't offer answers or directions, but something far more profound, the understanding that peace wasn't something to be found, but something to be lived. As the sun rose higher in the sky, its warmth touching your skin, you felt a quiet resolve settling within you. The meadow had given you its gift, not in words, but in presence, in stillness, in the gentle rhythm of its life. And as you sat beneath the tree, the whispers of the meadow seemed to fade, replaced by a steady hum, a calm knowing that you would carry with you wherever you went. The day stretched ahead, full of possibility, and the meadow seemed to smile as you rose to your feet. It had shared its secrets, its peace, and now it was time to take that gift with you, to carry it into the world beyond. As you began to walk back toward the edge of the meadow, the grasses swayed around you, their gentle rustling a farewell. The stream's murmur followed you, a quiet reminder of the connection you now carried within your heart. And though the meadow would soon fade from view, you knew it would never truly leave you. As you neared the edge of the meadow, a soft mist began to rise, curling gently through the grasses. It wasn't the kind of mist that obscures or chills, rather, it felt like the meadow's quiet way of bidding you farewell, wrapping you in its tender embrace one final time. The whispers were faint now, almost imperceptible, yet their resonance lingered in your heart. Like the last notes of a melody that refused to fade completely, your steps slowed, reluctant to leave the sanctuary that had cradled you so gently. The world beyond the meadow loomed in your mind, with its busyness, its noise, its endless demands. But even as you thought of it, the whispers reminded you of the stillness you now carried within. The peace of the meadow is yours, they seemed to say, their soft tones weaving through the air like a promise. It is not a place, but a part of you. You paused at the threshold, where the grasses gave way to the well-trodden path leading back to the world you'd left behind. The sunlight filtered through the mist, casting golden beams that seemed to illuminate your way. A deep sense of gratitude welled up within you, not just for the meadow, but for the journey, for the moments of quiet discovery and renewal it had offered. Turning back for one last glance, you saw the meadow in its full glory. The grasses swayed, their movements like a gentle wave bidding you onward. The glowing flowers pulsed faintly, their light a quiet reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within the meadow, and within you. You are ready, the whispers said, their words lingering like a soft echo in your mind. Step forward with lightness, with peace, with trust in the path before you. With a deep breath, you took your first step beyond the meadow. The path felt familiar beneath your feet. Yet something had shifted. The air seemed lighter, the colors around you brighter, as though the world had taken on a new clarity. You walked slowly, savoring each moment, each sound, each sensation. Though the whispers of the meadow had faded, their essence remained, a quiet hum within your chest that guided your steps. You felt the gentle rhythm of life in everything around you, the rustling leaves, the distant call of a bird, the soft crunch of earth beneath your feet. The meadow's peace had not been left behind, it had become a part of you, woven into the fabric of your being. The path led you to a small clearing, where the first signs of the world beyond began to appear. You saw the outline of a distant village. The soft curls of smoke rising from chimneys, the faint hum of life beginning to stir. Yet, instead of feeling overwhelmed, you felt a quiet confidence growing within you. The meadow had taught you its secrets, not through words, but through its presence, its stillness, its whispers. And now, as you stood at the edge of the clearing, you realized that its gifts were not meant to be hoarded, but shared. The peace you carried within was a light, and the world beyond was a canvas, waiting to be touched by its glow. With a smile, you stepped forward, the meadow's whispers still echoing faintly in your heart. Carry us with you, they seemed to say. In every step, in every breath. In every moment of stillness you create. And as you walked toward the world beyond, you knew that the meadow would always be with you, a sanctuary of peace and whispers that you could return to at any time, not in a place, but within yourself. For now, the journey continued, and with each step, you carried the meadow's light, spreading its quiet beauty into the world. The path widened as you walked further from the meadow, the trees growing taller and closer together, their canopy casting a soft, dappled shade over the trail. The gentle hum of the meadow still resonated within you, a comforting rhythm that reminded you of its whispers and the stillness they had gifted you. You paused for a moment, leaning against a tree and gazing back the way you had come. Though the meadow was now hidden from view, its presence lingered, like a warm memory etched into the corners of your heart. The world ahead seemed less daunting now, as though the meadow's peace had softened its edges, reminding you that calm and beauty could be found anywhere, if only you knew where to look. As you resumed your journey, the sounds of the forest began to rise, a bird's call here, the rustle of leaves there, the occasional snap of a twig beneath your feet. It wasn't the same as the meadow's quiet whispers, but it carried its own harmony, its own unique rhythm that felt alive and welcoming. The path led you to a small brook, its water sparkling in the sunlight that filtered through the trees. It was shallow and playful, tumbling over rocks and weaving its way through the forest with an energy that felt both soothing and invigorating. You knelt by its edge, dipping your hands into the cool water and letting it flow through your fingers. As you watched the brook, a thought came to you, as clear and simple as the water itself. Life, like this brook, was always moving, always flowing forward. It didn't cling to the rocks it passed or the bends it navigated, it simply adapted, continuing its journey with grace and persistence. The meadow's whispers echoed faintly in your mind, their meaning intertwining with the lesson of the brook. Flow, they seemed to say. Move forward, but do so gently, with acceptance and trust. Let go of what anchors you needlessly, and embrace the journey ahead. With a quiet sense of clarity, you rose and followed the brook's path, its cheerful babble accompanying you as you ventured deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser, their trunks thick and ancient, their branches entwining above you like a protective canopy. The light grew softer here, filtering through the leaves in golden streams that danced on the forest floor. You came upon a clearing where the brook widened into a small, serene pool. Its surface was perfectly still, reflecting the sky above with such clarity that it seemed like a portal to another world. Around the edges of the pool, wildflowers bloomed in bursts of color, their petals nodding gently in the breeze. Drawn by the stillness of the scene, you sat beside the pool, letting its calm wash over you. It reminded you of the meadow, of the quiet moments you'd spent there, listening to its whispers and finding peace in its embrace. Closing your eyes, you let yourself drift, the hum of the forest blending with the faint echo of the meadow's song. Time seemed to slow, the world narrowing to the steady rhythm of your breath and the soft sounds around you. The whispers of the meadow returned, softer now, like a distant memory carried on the breeze. You are never truly alone, they murmured. The peace you seek is within you, and the world around you reflects what you carry in your heart. Walk gently, live lightly, and let your presence be a whisper of calm to others. When you opened your eyes, the pool seemed to shimmer, its surface rippling slightly as though in acknowledgement of the whispers. The forest felt alive around you, its energy humming in harmony with your own. You rose, feeling grounded yet light, and continued on your path, the brook's cheerful song guiding you forward. The meadow had been your sanctuary, but now the world itself felt like an extension of its peace, a reminder that beauty, stillness, and connection were everywhere, waiting to be noticed. And as you walked, you carried the meadow with you, its whispers woven into the fabric of your soul, its peace a light you would share with every step you took. The forest began to thin as you walked, the trees gradually giving way to open fields kissed by the sun. The brook followed its own path, winding off into the distance, but its gentle murmur lingered in your ears like a song you couldn't quite forget. The meadow's whispers had grown quieter, but they were still there, intertwined with the rustling grasses and the breeze that danced around you. You felt them like a steady hum within your heart, reminding you of the connection you now carried, an invisible thread linking you to the stillness of the meadow and the vibrant life of the forest. Ahead, the fields rose into a gentle hill, crowned by a circle of stones that looked ancient and wise, as if they had stood there for centuries, watching over the land. The sight drew you forward, your steps guided not by thought, but by a quiet knowing. When you reached the top of the hill, the world unfolded before you, a patchwork of meadows, forests, and streams stretching far into the horizon. The sun hung low in the sky, its golden light bathing the landscape in a warm, ethereal glow. The stones around you hummed faintly, their presence grounding yet mysterious, as if they held the echoes of countless stories whispered by the wind. You sat within the circle, your back resting against one of the smooth stones. The air here felt different, heavier, yet calm, as though this place held a sacred energy. Closing your eyes, you allowed the silence to envelop you, each breath drawing you deeper into the stillness, and then, the whispers returned, not faint or distant, but clear and resonant, as if the stones themselves were speaking. "Everything is connected," they murmured. "The meadow, the forest, the brook, the sky, they are not separate from you. They are you, just as you are them. Every step you take, every breath you draw, is part of the same endless dance." The words resonated within you, not as something new, but as something remembered, something you had always known but had forgotten in the noise of the world. The stones seemed to hum in agreement, their vibrations steady and grounding, reminding you of the timeless wisdom that lay within. For a moment, you sat in perfect stillness, the whispers weaving through you like a melody. You felt the weight of the world lift, replaced by a profound sense of lightness, of freedom. The meadow's peace was no longer just a memory, it was alive within you, a part of every breath, every heartbeat. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, you rose from the circle of stones, feeling both grounded and uplifted. The hilltop seemed to hum with quiet energy, a reminder that this place, like the meadow, was a sanctuary you could return to whenever you needed. You began your descent, the grasses brushing against your legs as you made your way back toward the path. The whispers of the stones faded into the rustling of the wind, their message clear and simple: you are never alone. With each step, you felt the world around you shift, not in its form, but in your perception. The grasses were more vibrant, the sky more expansive, the air filled with a quiet joy that seemed to echo your own. The journey continued, but it no longer felt like a journey of distance or time. It was a journey inward, a return to yourself, guided by the meadow's whispers and the stillness they had taught you to embrace. And as you walked, the light of the setting sun guiding your way, you knew that wherever you went, the peace of the whispering meadows would walk with you, a quiet presence that would never fade. The horizon stretched endlessly before you, painted in deepening shades of gold and violet as twilight began to claim the sky. The air was cooler now, carrying with it a faint, earthy scent that reminded you of the forest and the meadow you had left behind. Yet, as you walked, you realized that you hadn't truly left those places. They had become a part of you, etched into your heart like quiet songs. The path wound gently down the hillside and into a tranquil valley. The soft murmur of a stream greeted you once more, weaving its way through the lush greenery like a silver thread. Fireflies began to emerge, their tiny lights flickering in the deepening dusk, as if the stars themselves had descended to walk with you. You paused by the stream, kneeling to touch its cool surface. The ripples danced under your fingers, catching the faint glow of the fireflies and reflecting it back to the sky. For a moment, you closed your eyes, listening to the melody of the water and the whispers of the breeze that swirled around you. "Rest here," the whispers seemed to say, their tones soothing and inviting. "Let the world pause for a while. There is no need to hurry, no need to strive. Simply be." And so, you settled beside the stream, leaning back against the soft grass as the twilight deepened into night. The fireflies continued their gentle dance, their light blending with the faint shimmer of the stars that now dotted the sky. The world around you felt alive, yet utterly still, as if holding its breath in quiet anticipation. As you gazed upward, the stars seemed to shift and swirl, forming patterns and constellations that felt both familiar and new. The whispers returned, weaving through your thoughts like threads of light. The stars are storytellers, they murmured. Each one holds a tale, a memory, a fragment of the infinite. They watch over the world, their light a reminder that even in the darkest night, there is always a glimmer of hope. You felt the truth of their words. The vastness of the universe mirrored in the stillness of your own soul. The meadow had taught you to listen, the stones had taught you to trust, and now the stars seemed to teach you to dream, to reach beyond what was visible and embrace the boundless possibilities that lay within. Time lost its meaning as you lay there, the whispers of the stars blending with the hum of the earth beneath you. It was as though the entire universe had paused to speak, its voice a symphony of light and stillness. When the whispers faded, they left behind a deep sense of peace, a quiet knowing that you carried something precious within you, an unshakable calm, a connection to something greater. As the fireflies began to retreat and the first hints of dawn brushed the horizon, you rose once more, your steps light and steady. The path ahead beckoned, but it no longer felt like a journey to somewhere else. It was a journey home, to yourself, to the stillness you had found in the meadow, in the stones, in the stars. And as you walked toward the rising sun, you carried the whispers with you, their light guiding your way. The whispering meadows, the forest, the stars, they were no longer places you visited. They were a part of you now, as infinite and boundless as the sky itself. The first light of dawn stretched across the sky, brushing the world with hues of soft pink and gold. Each step you took along the path felt lighter, as though the night's stillness had dissolved every weight you carried. The whispers of the meadow, the stones, and the stars echoed gently in your heart, reminding you of the connection you now held, a quiet harmony with the world around you. The path meandered through a grove of ancient trees, their trunks wide and weathered, their branches spreading like welcoming arms. As you passed, the sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced at your feet. It was as though the forest itself was alive, greeting you with its quiet energy. At the grove's edge, you came upon a clearing where a small wooden bridge arched over a serene pond. The water was so still that it mirrored the sky perfectly, reflecting the pastel colors of the dawn and the faint, lingering stars. The bridge seemed to beckon you forward, its gentle curve leading toward the unknown with quiet reassurance. You stepped onto the bridge, pausing at its center to gaze into the water below. As you looked, the whispers returned, not from the meadow, the stones, or the stars, but from the water itself. "Do you see?" they asked, their tones soft and knowing. The surface reflects the sky above, but below it lies a world unseen. Peace is not only found in stillness, but in the depths. Look beyond what you see, and you will discover the infinite within. The words resonated deeply, their meaning unfolding like petals of a flower. You knelt to touch the water, its surface cool and smooth beneath your fingertips. For a moment, the reflection of the sky rippled, and you caught a glimpse of what lay beneath, a world alive with movement and light, reminder that beneath even the calmest surface, life thrived in all its wonder. As you rose, a sense of balance settled within you. The whispers had shown you that peace wasn't the absence of motion or complexity, it was the harmony that came from embracing both stillness and depth, light and shadow. Crossing the bridge, you entered another meadow, this one smaller and ringed with flowering trees. Their blossoms fell gently like soft snow, carpeting the ground in shades of white and pale pink. The air was filled with their fragrance, sweet and calming, as though the meadow itself was welcoming you back. You sat beneath one of the trees, letting its shade envelop you. The world felt so quiet now, not because it lacked sound, but because every sound, every motion, seemed to flow in perfect harmony. Closing your eyes, you let yourself drift, the whispers of the water blending with those of the meadow, the stars, and the stones. They wove together into a single, resonant voice, a voice that seemed to rise not from the world around you, but from within. "You are the meadow," it said. Its tone gentle yet unwavering. "You are the stillness, the depth, the light that guides. The peace you seek is not in the places you walk, but in the presence you carry. Wherever you go, you bring the meadow with you." The words settled in your heart like a quiet truth, their meaning sinking deep into the fabric of your being. The journey you had begun was no longer one of seeking, but of being, of remembering the peace, the beauty, and the infinite stillness that were always within you. When you opened your eyes, the meadow seemed brighter, its colors more vivid, its whispers more melodic. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their blossoms continuing to fall like a soft, fragrant rain. You stood, your steps steady in light, and walked toward the horizon where the meadow met the rising sun. The path ahead was unknown, but it no longer mattered. Wherever it led, you knew you would carry the whispers with you, their light, their peace, their quiet, endless song. And as the sun climbed higher, bathing the world in its golden glow, you disappeared into the light, the meadow's calm forever a part of you. The golden morning stretched on as you left the ring of blossoming trees behind, stepping back onto the winding path that meandered gently through the landscape. The air carried a faint hum, the same soft, resonant frequency you had first heard in the meadow. It wasn't just a sound, it was a presence. A reminder that you were never truly alone. The landscape began to shift subtly as you walked. Rolling hills rose and fell like soft waves, their tops kissed by sunlight. Here and there, patches of wildflowers painted the fields in bursts of color, their petals swaying in harmony with the breeze. The whispers of the meadow had quieted now, yet they lingered within you, a silent guide that shaped your steps and your thoughts. At the crest of one of the hills, you paused, your breath catching at the sight before you. In the valley below lay a glimmering lake, its surface so still it mirrored the sky in perfect clarity. The water seemed to glow with a faint inner light, as if it held the essence of the stars within it. Drawn by its serene beauty, you descended the hill, the soft grass brushing against your feet as you approached the water's edge. The closer you came, the more you could feel the lake's presence, not just as a body of water, but as something alive, something ancient and wise. You knelt at the shore, dipping your fingers into the cool water. The ripples spread outward, their motion mesmerizing, and as you watched, the whispers returned, this time as soft as a sigh. "The lake reflects all that it sees," they murmured. "It does not judge, nor does it cling. It simply accepts, holding everything in perfect stillness. Be like the water, calm, open, and free." The words settled over you like a warm blanket, their simplicity profound. You realized that the lake wasn't just a mirror for the sky, it was a mirror for you as well, reflecting everything you carried, both light and shadow. With quiet acceptance, you sat by the lake for what felt like hours, its presence soothing and grounding. The whispers became a steady hum in your mind, blending with the soft rustle of the breeze and the distant call of a bird. Time seemed to dissolve, leaving only the moment, the stillness of the lake, the warmth of the sun, and the gentle rhythm of your breath. Eventually, you rose, feeling as though you had absorbed some of the lake's serenity. You began to walk around its edge, your steps unhurried, each one an act of quiet gratitude. As you moved, you noticed something shimmering in the distance, a small island at the center of the lake, its surface covered in lush greenery and vibrant flowers. The whispers grew stronger as you gazed at the island, their tone inviting. Go, they urged. What you seek lies ahead. A small rowboat rested at the shore, its wood weathered but sturdy. It seemed to have been placed there just for you, waiting patiently for this moment. Without hesitation, you stepped into the boat and began to row, the oars slicing through the water with a rhythmic grace. The journey to the island was quiet, the lake's stillness amplifying every sound, the creak of the oars, the gentle splash of water, the faint whisper of the wind. As you drew closer, the island's beauty became clearer. It was unlike anything you had seen before, a vibrant oasis that seemed to pulse with life and energy. When the boat touched the shore, you stepped onto the island, your feet sinking slightly into the soft, mossy ground. The air here was different, thicker, almost luminous, as if the very atmosphere was infused with the essence of the meadow and the lake combined. The whispers became a song now, their melody weaving through the trees and flowers, guiding you toward the heart of the island. And as you followed, you felt a sense of anticipation, as though you were on the cusp of discovering something profound. At the island's center stood a single tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches spreading like a canopy of stars. Beneath it lay a small pool, its water shimmering with colors that shifted and danced like liquid light. You knelt beside the pool, the whispers growing louder, their words clearer than ever. This is the heart of the Whispering Meadows, they said, their tone reverent. A place where all journeys converge, where all questions find their answers. Look into the water and see what lies within. You leaned forward, gazing into the pool's depths. At first, you saw only your reflection, but as you watched, it began to shift, revealing something deeper, a vision of the meadow, the forest, the stars, the lake. And then, beyond them, you saw yourself, not as you appeared, but as you truly were, calm, connected, infinite. The whispers swelled into a crescendo, their song filling the air around you. You are the meadow, they said once more. You are the stillness, the depth, the light. Carry this truth with you, wherever your path may lead. And as the song faded, leaving only the gentle hum of the island, you felt a peace so profound it defied words. You rose, knowing that you had found not just the heart of the Whispering Meadows, but the heart of yourself. The journey would continue, but now you carried its essence within you, a light that would never dim, a stillness that would never fade, and a whisper that would guide you always. The island embraced you in its gentle stillness, its vibrant energy coursing through the air, the ground, and the shimmering pool before you. Every breath you took felt deeper, each moment expanding in its quiet simplicity. For a time, you simply stood there, letting the whispers fade into the hum of your heart, their presence a steady reminder that you were connected to everything around you. The great tree above you swayed softly in a breeze you couldn't feel, its leaves catching the light in a way that made them glisten like stars. You reached out, your hand brushing the bark of its ancient trunk. The moment your fingers touched it, the whispers returned, not in the air around you, but within. This is your anchor, they said, their tone as steady as the tree itself. This place, this stillness, is a reminder of the peace you carry within. No matter where the path leads, you can always return to the heart of the meadow and to yourself. The tree seemed to pulse gently under your touch, its presence grounding and reassuring. You felt as though it was offering you not only its strength but its timeless wisdom, a quiet assurance that you were ready to move forward, to step beyond the island sanctuary and carry its essence into the wider world. You knelt beside the luminous pool once more, gazing into its shimmering depths. This time, the vision it showed you was not of the meadow, the stars, or the lake. It was of a path, a winding trail stretching into a landscape you didn't recognize. The scene was unfamiliar, yet it felt welcoming, as though it were calling you to take the next step. The whispers returned, soft and encouraging. Your journey continues, they murmured. The meadow is not an ending, but a beginning. Take what you have learned, what you have felt, and bring it into the world. Let its light guide your way, and let its peace touch all you meet. You rose, the pool's glow lingering in your eyes, and made your way back to the boat. The island's energy seemed to wrap around you as you stepped into the vessel, its song quieter now but no less present. As you rowed back across the lake, the stillness around you deepened, the water holding you in its calm embrace. When you reached the opposite shore, the whispers quieted, leaving only the soft rustle of the breeze and the gentle lapping of the water. The path stretched ahead, leading toward the unknown, but for the first time, you felt no uncertainty. The meadow, the lake, and the island had given you something more precious than direction. They had given you yourself. As you began to walk, the world around you seemed brighter, more alive. The grasses swayed in time with your steps, the sky arched wide and welcoming above, and the distant hum of the meadow's whispers lingered at the edge of your hearing. A quiet companion, the journey stretched endlessly ahead, but it was no longer a journey to find something or somewhere. It was a journey to be, to carry the peace of the meadow, the wisdom of the stars, and the stillness of the lake into every moment, every step, every breath. And as you disappeared over the horizon, the whispers spoke one final truth, a message as infinite and timeless as the sky itself. You are the whispering meadows. You are the journey in the stillness, the seeker and the found. Wherever you go, you carry the light. Wherever you walk, the meadow walks with you. The morning sun rose lazily over the hills, casting a warm golden light across the world. The air was crisp with the remnants of night. The quiet hum of the earth beneath your feet a constant companion. The path ahead stretched forward, but it felt different now, as if the landscape itself had softened, welcoming you into its embrace. With each step, the land around you seemed to breathe with you, the sky unfolding like a canvas and the trees reaching toward the heavens as though they, too, were stretching toward something beyond. There was a softness to the world now, a gentle hum that seemed to echo the peace within your heart. The whispers had quieted, but they had not left you. They were there in the air, in the rustle of the leaves, in the rhythm of your own heartbeat. They were no longer distant voices, but a steady presence. A quiet knowing that you carried with you wherever you went. As you walked, the path began to narrow, winding its way through a dense forest of ancient oaks and willows. The trees seemed to lean in toward you, their branches tangled in a web of whispers, their roots deep within the earth. There was an intimacy to this place, as though the forest knew you, had always known you. You felt a gentle pull in your chest, a quiet invitation to venture deeper. The light filtering through the canopy above grew softer, more golden, casting the forest floor in a peaceful glow. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, and the sound of birds singing high above was like a lullaby carried on the breeze. The deeper you ventured, the more the whispers grew, but they no longer came from the air or the ground. They seemed to be coming from the very trees themselves, their voices ancient and full of stories. The forest holds memories, the whispers began, their tones slow and deliberate. It remembers everything, the footsteps that have passed, the winds that have blown, the rain that has fallen. All of it is woven into the land, into the trees, into the stones. The forest never forgets. You stopped beneath a towering oak, its bark rough and gnarled, its roots sprawling like ancient veins through the earth. A sense of reverence filled you as you touched the tree, feeling its deep connection to the land. The whispers grew louder, their words more urgent, as if urging you to listen closely. Every leaf, every branch, every root carries the history of the world, they said. The forest is a keeper of time, a silent witness to all that has come before. But it does not mourn the past. It celebrates it. It understands that all things, all moments, are woven together in a tapestry of life. You closed your eyes for a moment, letting the words sink in. The world seemed to pause, the air holding its breath. The forest was alive in a way you hadn't fully understood before. It was not just a collection of trees, it was a living history, a place where time was not linear, but cyclical, always returning. Always evolving. You could hear the sound of distant water now, a faint murmur that seemed to beckon you forward. You followed the path as it curved around the base of the oak, the ground soft beneath your feet. Soon, you found yourself at the edge of a small, crystal-clear stream, its waters sparkling in the light of the sun. The stream wound its way through the forest, its sound a constant, gentle presence. You knelt beside it, dipping your fingers into the cool water. It was the same as the waters of the lake, but there was a difference, a sense of movement, of change, of continuity. The water flowed forward, always onward, never looking back. As you watched, the whispers returned. Their tones soft but wise, the stream flows like time itself, they murmured. It carries all things, both seen and unseen, both known and unknown. It does not stop to question or to judge. It flows, simply and with purpose, carrying the past, the present, and the future in its course. You followed the stream for a time, letting its steady rhythm guide you, feeling the cool water against your fingertips and the warmth of the sun on your face. It was as though the forest, the stream, and the sky had become one flowing, eternal song. After a while, the stream widened, its waters deepening and slowing as they reached a small pond. The pond was serene, its surface perfectly still, mirroring the sky and the trees that surrounded it. You stood at its edge, watching the world reflect back at you. The whispers returned once more, their words carrying the weight of everything you had learned. You are like the water, they said, their voice gentle yet firm. You carry within you the past, the present, and the future. All that has shaped you, all that has come before, flows through you, shaping who you are and who you will become. You are both the stream and the pond, both the movement and the stillness, both the journey and the destination. The truth of their words settled deeply within you, and you felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as if all the pieces of your journey had fallen into place. The whispers, the meadow, the lake, the island, all of it had led you here, to this moment of quiet understanding, and in that understanding, you found not only peace, but purpose. You knew that your journey, like the stream, would continue onward, flowing with the river of time. But no matter where it led, you carried the stillness of the pond, the wisdom of the forest, and the whispers of the meadows within you. The forest around you seemed to exhale a deep, contented sigh, and for a moment, the entire world stood still. The journey would continue, yes, but for now, you were exactly where you needed to be. The stillness of the pond embraced you, its waters reflecting the vast sky above like a perfect mirror. The whispers had softened into a gentle hum, a song that seemed to flow from the very heart of the earth itself. You stood there for what felt like an eternity, letting the world move around you while you remained rooted in this serene moment. The forest stretched on behind you, its trees towering like guardians of ancient wisdom, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. The stream, with its steady flow, continued to wind its way deeper into the heart of the land, carrying with it the timeless rhythms of the world, and yet, despite the beauty and peace around you, you knew your journey was not finished. There was something more, something beyond the forest. Beyond the whispering waters, calling you forward, with a final glance at the still pond, you turned back toward the path, your feet moving with purpose, though your steps remained as quiet and measured as before. The air had changed, subtle yet profound, as if the forest itself recognized your readiness for the next chapter of your journey. As you walked, the world around you seemed to grow quieter, as though it, too, was holding its breath, awaiting something. The path began to wind through an area where the trees were thinner, their trunks tall and graceful but their branches less tangled, allowing more light to spill onto the ground. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and soft grasses. The earth beneath you warm and alive. In the distance, you could see a change. The path split in two, each direction leading to a different horizon. One direction led toward a towering mountain, its peak hidden in the clouds, while the other seemed to lead deeper into the heart of the forest, where the shadows grew thick and inviting. The whispers returned now, their tone gentle but insistent. "Both paths are yours," they said. "One leads to the heights, where you will see the world from above, where you will find clarity and perspective. The other leads deeper into the forest, where you will uncover hidden truths, where you will reconnect with the earth itself." You stood for a moment, contemplating the two paths before you. The mountain called with its promise of distant views and endless skies, while the forest beckoned with its mystery and quiet promise of discovery. "Do not fear the unknown," the whispers continued. "Both paths hold their lessons. Neither is better or worse than the other. They are both a part of the journey, a part of you. What matters is not the destination, but the experience of walking the path, wherever it may lead." A deep sense of understanding settled within you. The choice was not one of right or wrong, but one of flow. To walk in harmony with the land was to trust both the light and the shadow, the heights and the depths, and so, with a quiet breath, you made your choice. The path leading toward the mountain drew you in with its vastness, its sense of expansiveness. You began to walk, each step feeling like an unfolding of your purpose, a stretching toward something greater. The air around you seemed to grow thinner as you ascended, the sound of your footsteps the only sound breaking the stillness. The climb was slow but steady, the path winding upward, narrowing as you drew closer to the summit. Along the way, the whispers accompanied you, their voice now more like a distant echo, guiding you gently but firmly. Every height brings new perspective, they murmured. Every summit offers a new vision, a clearer view of the world and of yourself. But remember, the climb is as important as the peak. You must allow yourself to be shaped by the journey. The words settled deeply within you, and as you climbed higher, you began to feel the vastness of the world around you. The trees below grew smaller, their shapes blending into the landscape, while the sky above seemed to open wider, as though inviting you into its infinite expanse. Finally, after what seemed like hours, you reached the summit, where the world stretched out before you in a breathtaking panorama. The meadows, the streams, the forests, all lay beneath you, their outlines softened by the distance. The mountains in the distance stood as silent guardians of time. Their peaks shrouded in mist, you stood there, taking in the vastness, feeling the weight of the land and the sky pressing gently against you. The whispers, though quieter now, were still with you, their voice full of reverence and peace. You have come to see, they said, their tone filled with quiet awe. To see not only the world, but yourself. From this height, you can see how all things are connected, how each step you have taken, each path you have chosen, has led you here. As you stood there in the quiet of the mountaintop, you understood what they meant. The journey had not been about reaching this place. It had been about the growth, the learning, the shifting of your own perception as you moved along the path. Every moment, every step, had brought you closer to this understanding, and in this clarity, you realized something even deeper. The journey would not end here, for even from the mountaintop, you could see that there were more paths, more heights to climb, more valleys to explore. And the whispers, soft as the wind, deep as the earth, would always guide you, no matter where you went. You took one final, deep breath, feeling the vastness of the world fill your lungs, and began the journey down. No longer afraid of the unknown, you walked forward, ready for whatever lay ahead, carrying the stillness of the forest and the clarity of the mountain in your heart. The descent from the mountaintop was a quiet and steady journey. The path, now wider and gentler, seemed to guide you down with ease, as if the mountain itself was helping you return to the world below. The air grew thicker with the scent of pine and earth, and the rhythm of your steps was in harmony with the whispering breeze. You felt the shift as the towering peaks faded into the distance, replaced by the familiar embrace of the forest. As you descended, the landscape around you began to change again. The trees, once distant and sparse, now grew more abundant. Their branches arched gracefully, their leaves shifting from the deep greens of the forest to the golden hues of the meadow you had left behind. The path, though no longer winding upward, seemed to pulse with energy, like the steady heartbeat of the land. The whispers, too, had returned. Their voices were softer now, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. You have seen the heights, they murmured. You have touched the sky and glimpsed the vastness. But the beauty of the world is not only in its heights. It is also in its depths, in its quiet corners, in the moments when the world slows and the soul finds peace. The words wrapped around you, settling into your heart like an old, comforting song. The climb had offered you clarity, but now, as you descended, the land seemed to offer you something else, something equally important: rest, peace, and balance. The path led you back toward the meadows, where the gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and the sound of distant birds singing. The golden grasses rippled in the wind like waves, each blade dancing to the rhythm of the earth's heartbeat. The sun was lower now, casting a soft, amber light over the landscape, and the shadows stretched long across the fields. You felt a sense of ease as you walked through the meadows, the whispers growing quieter with each step. You were no longer climbing toward something, no longer reaching for something distant. You were simply being, walking through the world in a way that felt both natural and right. The world seemed to breathe with you. The wind whispered through the trees. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, and the distant hum of the earth's energy filled the air. There was no rush, no urgency, only the peaceful rhythm of nature's quiet song. And then, just as you thought you had reached the end of your journey, you came upon something unexpected: a small, hidden pond nestled at the edge of the meadow. Its waters were clear and still, reflecting the sky above like a perfect mirror. The pond was framed by tall grasses and wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the quiet water. It was here, at this tranquil spot, that the whispers returned once more. This time, they were soft, their tone filled with a gentle finality. "This is the place of rest," they said. "Here, the journey pauses. Here, the world slows, and you are invited to simply be. The stillness you have found within yourself can be mirrored here, in the peaceful waters of the pond. Let this place fill you with the calm you have sought, and know that you carry it with you, wherever you go." You knelt by the pond, feeling the coolness of the water against your fingertips as you gazed into its depths. The stillness of the pond mirrored the stillness you had found within, a perfect reflection of the calm that now settled in your heart. For the first time in what felt like ages, you allowed yourself to simply rest. There was no need for words now, no need for searching. The whispers had led you here, to this quiet haven, where time seemed to slow and the world stood still. Here, there was no journey to complete, no path to follow, only the peace of the moment. The sun dipped lower, casting a final, golden glow over the meadow as you sat by the pond, your heart filled with a quiet contentment. The whispers faded, but their message remained, echoing softly in your mind. The journey is not always about movement. It is about being. About finding the stillness within, and carrying that stillness into the world. This, too, is a path of peace, of rest, and of balance. As the evening sky darkened and the stars began to twinkle above, you leaned back against the soft grass, closing your eyes for a moment. The world was peaceful, the earth humming gently beneath you, and the whispers, now distant and soft, had finally become part of the quiet song of the night. The journey, you realized, had not ended. It had only shifted. The heights, the depths, the meadow, the mountain, each had taught you something different, something essential. But now, it was time to simply be, to rest, to let the journey be woven into the fabric of your being. And so, with a heart full of peace and a soul quiet in its knowing, you drifted into a gentle slumber, knowing that the path would continue, but for now, you were exactly where you needed to be. The night had fallen over the meadow. The sky now a deep velvet dotted with the faintest shimmer of stars. The pond beside you reflected the sky like a mirror, each star seeming to dance across the water's surface in perfect harmony. The world around you was still, the only sound the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of a night bird. The air was cool and fresh, and you felt as though you were wrapped in the embrace of the night itself. For the first time in what seemed like forever, you felt fully at peace. The journey, with all its twists and turns, had brought you to this place, to this moment of perfect stillness. And as you sat by the pond, the whispers had faded, leaving only the soft hum of the earth beneath you and the vast expanse of the night sky above. But even in the quiet, there was a sense of movement, an energy that pulsed gently beneath the surface of the world, like the beating of a heart. It was a subtle, constant presence, a reminder that the world was never truly still. Life moved through everything, like the wind through the trees, like the water flowing in the stream. It was always shifting, always changing, even when it appeared at rest, and so, as you sat by the water, your mind began to drift, not toward the future or the past, but toward something more fundamental, something deeper. The whispers had spoken of balance, of the harmony between the heights and the depths, between the light and the shadow. But now, as the night deepened and the world seemed to breathe with you, you felt something else stirring within you, a sense that you were part of something much larger, a part of the vast, endless flow of life itself. You closed your eyes and listened. The wind, so gentle now, spoke softly through the tall grasses. It seemed to carry with it a message, a reminder: everything changes, but nothing is ever truly lost. It was a simple thought, but profound in its truth. The world was in a constant state of movement, of becoming, of ebbing and flowing. The seasons changed, the trees grew, the rivers flowed, and the stars moved across the sky. And yet, through all of it, there was an eternal thread that bound it all together, an unbroken connection that ran through every living thing. And in this realization, you felt something shift within you. You were not separate from the world, not apart from the cycles of life. You were a part of it, a thread in the great tapestry of existence. The whispers had guided you, yes, but now you understood. It was not just the whispers that had led you to this place. It was the world itself, in all its quiet, unspoken ways. The stillness around you deepened, and you felt the pull of the night sky. The stars above seemed to call to you, their light reaching down to touch your soul. The moon, now rising above the horizon, bathed the meadow in a silvery glow, casting long shadows and adding to the sense of timelessness that filled the air. And then, in that quiet moment, a thought came to you: this place, this meadow, this journey, it was not just about the physical world. It was about the inner world, the landscape of the heart and soul. It was about discovering the spaces within you that had always been there, hidden in the quiet corners of your being. It was about learning to listen to the whispers of the earth, to the messages that came not through words, but through feelings, through the quiet knowing that lives deep within. The whispering grasses, the soft hum of the earth, the distant stars, they were all part of this. They were all expressions of the same energy, the same life force that moved through you. Through everything, and in this understanding, you felt a deep sense of belonging. Not just to the meadow, or the forest, or the mountain, but to the universe itself. You were connected, as you had always been, to everything and everyone, part of the vast, ever-flowing stream of life. As you sat by the pond, you realized that there was no end to the journey, not really. Every moment was a step, every breath a continuation of the path. The stillness you had found was not a destination, but a part of the ongoing flow, a pause in the journey that allowed you to find clarity and peace before continuing on. The stars above seemed to nod in agreement, their light soft and steady, a constant presence in the night sky. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of more discoveries, more understanding, more growth, and with that, you knew that the journey would continue. Not in the way you had once thought, with clear steps and defined goals, but as a fluid, ever-unfolding dance between the world within and the world around you. You stood slowly, feeling the earth beneath your feet, the cool night air brushing against your skin. The path ahead was unknown, as it always had been. But now, it didn't matter. The path was simply part of the journey, a thread in the ever-changing tapestry of life, and as you walked forward, you felt the whispers with you once more, not in words, but in the soft hum of the world around you, in the rhythm of your breath, in the quiet knowing that you were never truly alone. The journey was not about the destination. It was about the experience of living, of being, of flowing with the rhythm of the earth. And in that flow, you knew you would always find your way. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its soft, silver light over the world. The night had deepened, but there was a sense of peaceful stillness, as though everything, every tree, every blade of grass, every star, was in perfect harmony. The air was cool, and the scent of damp earth lingered, blending with the sweet fragrance of the wildflowers. The meadow stretched out before you, bathed in the glow of the moon, its tall grasses swaying gently in the breeze. You walked slowly, your feet barely making a sound on the soft ground beneath you. There was no need for haste, the journey was not one of urgency. It was simply the act of moving forward, one step at a time, in rhythm with the world around you. As you walked, your thoughts drifted once more, this time toward the lessons you had learned. The whispers had taught you many things, the importance of balance, of stillness, of connection to the earth. But there was something deeper, something that had begun to take root within you, a quiet understanding that went beyond words. You had come to realize that the journey was never about reaching a particular place, but about learning to be present in every moment. Each step, each breath, each moment of stillness had been a part of the unfolding of your understanding. And now, in the quiet of the night, you could feel that understanding settling deep within you, like the soil beneath your feet, nourishing and grounding you. The path before you seemed to stretch on indefinitely, winding through the meadow and into the forest beyond. You could see the trees in the distance, their shapes silhouetted against the dark sky. The whispers of the forest called to you, soft and inviting, their words like the rustling of leaves. Come, they said. Come deeper into the heart of the forest, where the world grows quiet and the earth breathes softly. There is more to discover, more to feel, more to know. The invitation was gentle, almost tender, and without hesitation, you began to follow the path that led into the trees. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot was the only sound, and the further you walked, the more the world seemed to quiet, as though the forest itself was embracing you in its peaceful stillness. As you moved deeper into the forest, the trees grew thicker, their branches arching overhead to create a canopy of leaves. The moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air was cool here, the scent of pine and earth mingling in the stillness. The world felt alive with quiet energy. Every leaf, every stone, every breath of wind carrying a sense of timelessness. you felt a pull towards something deeper, something within the forest that beckoned you forward. The whispers were stronger here, though still soft, as though the forest itself was speaking to you in its ancient tongue. Listen closely, the whispers said. In the stillness, you will hear the earth speak. In the silence, you will learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. You stopped, closing your eyes for a moment, allowing the quiet to wash over you. The world seemed to fade into the background, and all that remained was the rhythm of your breath and the gentle hum of the earth. Slowly, the sounds of the forest began to emerge, an owl calling in the distance, the soft rustling of leaves, the faint drip of water somewhere deeper in the woods, but it was the deeper silence that caught your attention. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something more, something ancient, something wise. The whispers, now a part of the rhythm of the world, spoke again. You have listened to the world outside, to the whispers of the winds and the song of the birds. But now, listen to the silence within. In the heart of the forest, there is a quiet space, a place where all things meet. It is here that you will discover the deepest truths. You continued forward, the pull growing stronger with each step. The forest seemed to open before you, revealing a small clearing where the moonlight shone brightly on a large stone at the center. The stone was ancient, its surface smooth and worn by time, and it seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as though it had been waiting for you. You approached the stone slowly, feeling the weight of its presence. There was no hurry now, no need to rush. The journey had led you here, to this moment, to this place of quiet knowing. You sat down before the stone, letting your hands rest gently on the ground, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath you, and there, in the silence, you felt it, a deep, resonant peace. It was not the peace of an absence, but the peace of connection, of being in tune with the world around you. You were a part of it, just as the stone, the trees, the stars were. In this moment, there was no separation, no distance. There was only oneness. The whispers spoke one last time, their voices now a soft murmur in the distance. You are home, they said. Here, in the heart of the forest, you are home. You have traveled far, and you have learned much. But know this, the journey is not over. It is only just beginning. As the moonlight bathed the clearing in its silvery glow, you felt a sense of deep contentment. The path ahead was uncertain, but that was no longer a cause for worry. The journey was not about knowing what lay ahead, it was about embracing the moment, the stillness, and the quiet knowing that no matter where you went, you were always connected to the earth, to the whispers, and to the eternal flow of life. And so, you sat there, beneath the ancient stone, listening to the quiet hum of the world, knowing that you were exactly where you needed to be. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the stars above glowing brighter as if they too were listening to the silence of the forest. The stone beneath you felt alive, its ancient energy pulsing in gentle rhythm with the beat of your heart. It was as though the earth itself was breathing, a steady rise and fall that matched your every inhale and exhale. You were no longer just a traveler passing through, you had become part of the landscape, part of the sacred stillness that surrounded you. There, in that clearing, time seemed to hold no meaning. The forest whispered softly around you, its voice a symphony of wind, leaves, and distant creatures, all moving in harmony with the deep quiet of the night. The peace you had sought for so long had found its home within you, and you could feel it settling in your chest, spreading like the roots of a great tree. The whispers that had accompanied you throughout your journey returned once more, but this time, their voices were gentle, like a soft breeze caressing your skin. Rest, traveler. They said. The journey has not ended, but it has slowed. Here, in the heart of the forest, you are safe. Allow the world to flow around you, and simply be. And so, you sat in the stillness, feeling the cool night air on your face, listening to the soft murmur of the world around you. The trees swayed in the wind, their branches creaking softly, as though sharing secrets with each other. The grass beneath you was soft, its edges cool against your skin. You felt the pulse of the earth beneath you, grounding you, connecting you to something far larger than yourself. The longer you stayed there, the more you felt as though you were merging with the forest itself. Every breath you took seemed to blend with the world around you. And you could almost feel the heartbeat of the earth in every step you had taken. The whispers had guided you to this place, but now, they faded into the background, allowing the sounds of the night to fill the space. As the night deepened, you found yourself closing your eyes, the darkness of the forest offering a comforting embrace. The quiet rhythm of the world lulled you into a peaceful rest, a deep slumber that felt as natural as breathing. Your body relaxed, sinking deeper into the earth, while your mind drifted into the realm of dreams. In that peaceful slumber, you dreamed of the journey you had taken, the mountains, the meadows, the forests, and the whispers that had guided you. But this time, the journey felt different. The paths you had walked were not so far away, they were with you, inside you, in every breath, every heartbeat. You realized that the journey was never just about the places you had visited, but about the way those places had changed you, had shaped you into the person you were now. The whispers came to you again in your dreams, their voices soft and soothing. You are not the same as you were when you began, they said. You have grown, and you continue to grow. But know this, growth is not a destination. It is a process, a constant unfolding. You are always becoming, always moving, always shifting, like the earth beneath you. When you awoke, the forest was still around you, its quiet presence offering a sense of comfort and peace. The moon was now high in the sky, its silver light casting long shadows across the clearing. The stone that had been your anchor still stood before you, its energy calm and steady. You rose slowly, feeling the coolness of the earth beneath your feet. There was no need to rush now, there was no destination you needed to reach. The journey, you realized, was always happening, in each moment, in each breath, in every step. It was not about moving forward or backward, it was about being present, embracing the flow of life as it came, and so, with a deep sense of gratitude and peace, you began to walk once more. Not away from the stone, but alongside it, through the forest that had become your home. The whispers, though faint, were still with you, a quiet presence in the background, guiding you gently forward. The path ahead was unknown, but it no longer mattered. The journey was not just about the destination, it was about the experience of being, of walking in harmony with the world, of feeling the earth beneath you and the sky above. The journey, it seemed, had no end. It was an endless unfolding, a quiet dance between the self and the world around you, and so, you walked, not alone, but with the whispers, with the earth, and with the stars. The path ahead would reveal itself in its own time. But for now, You were exactly where you needed to be, right here, right now, in the quiet, timeless embrace of the forest. The forest around you seemed to deepen as you walked, the shadows of the trees growing longer as the night advanced. Yet, despite the darkness, you felt an undeniable warmth, a soft glow emanating from within you and from the world around you. It was as if the entire forest had wrapped itself in a gentle embrace, guiding you along the path without hurry or urgency. The whispers had slowed, but their presence was still felt, like a subtle current flowing beneath the surface of the world, a quiet hum that seemed to echo in the rhythm of your steps. You walked, not with the intention of reaching any specific place, but simply to walk, to be part of the flow of the world. There was no destination. No need for one. The journey itself had become your purpose, a steady unfolding, like the gradual opening of a flower to the sky. As you moved through the forest, you could sense the deep wisdom that surrounded you. The trees, with their ancient roots, seemed to hold the stories of the earth in their bark, their branches stretching toward the heavens, reaching for the stars. The stones, the earth beneath your feet, the cool night air, they all spoke in a language older than time, a language not of words, but of feeling, of presence. The path curved gently ahead, leading you toward a small clearing. The air here was thick with the scent of moss and pine, and the ground was soft with fallen leaves. In the center of the clearing stood a stone circle, ancient and weathered by time. The stones were smooth, their surfaces covered with the marks of centuries, as though they had witnessed the passage of countless moments, each one a part of a story that was still unfolding. The whispers seemed to gather here, growing louder, though still gentle, like a distant song. Here, they said softly. Here you will find a reflection of yourself, of all that has come before, and all that will come after. You stepped into the circle, the stones surrounding you like ancient guardians, their energy strong and steady. You could feel the presence of something greater here, something timeless and eternal. The whispers did not speak directly, but you understood their meaning, felt it deep within you, as though the earth itself was speaking through the stones. In the silence that followed, you closed your eyes, letting the stillness of the moment wash over you. The sounds of the forest faded into the background, and all that remained was you, the stones, and the earth beneath your feet. You felt an overwhelming sense of connection, as though you were not just walking through the world, but were deeply rooted in it, part of it, a thread woven into the fabric of existence. The wind stirred, rustling the leaves in the trees, and the moonlight bathed the stones in a soft, ethereal glow. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. And in that quiet moment, you felt it, the sense of being exactly where you were meant to be, in perfect alignment with the world around you. The whispers, now a soothing murmur, spoke once more. You are here, at the heart of it all. The journey has led you to this place of stillness, of reflection. But know this, the journey never ends. It is an eternal circle, always unfolding, always returning. You are not separate from the world. You are part of it, always in motion, always evolving. The words wrapped themselves around you like a comforting blanket, and you understood, in the deepest part of your being, that there was no end to the path, no final destination. The journey was not about reaching a specific place, it was about living, being present in each moment, embracing the flow of life with all its mysteries and wonders. The stone circle stood still, timeless and steadfast, but you knew that the world was always changing, always moving. The stones had witnessed countless seasons, countless stories, and they would continue to witness more. And in that same way, your story was unfolding, one step, one moment at a time. With a deep, peaceful breath, you turned and began to walk again, leaving the stone circle behind. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and quiet presence, continued to guide you forward. The path ahead may not have been clear, but you no longer needed it to be. The journey, as you had come to understand, was not about finding answers. It was about learning to ask the right questions, to feel the rhythm of the earth beneath your feet, and to trust in the unfolding of each moment. The whispers followed you, not as voices in the distance, but as part of you, a quiet knowing that you carried within. They were with you in every breath, in every step, and in the space between your thoughts. And with each step, you felt the earth beneath you, steady and unshakable, as you continued your journey through the forest. For now, there was no need to hurry, no need to look ahead. The path would reveal itself in time. And you, like the trees and the stones, would continue to grow, to unfold, and to become. The journey, it seemed, was the destination after all. The forest stretched on in endless beauty, its shadows now soft and comforting in the quiet of the night. The path beneath your feet felt familiar, though it was ever-changing, like the subtle shifts of the wind. With each step, the world seemed to transform, as if the trees and the earth were responding to your presence, adjusting to your rhythm. The whispers were more distant now, but their essence still lingered, woven into the fabric of the world around you. The breeze carried fragments of their song, like echoes from another time. It was as if the land itself had become a reflection of your journey, a living tapestry of your thoughts, your experiences, and your growing understanding of the world. As you walked, you could feel the pull of the night sky above you, the stars twinkling with ancient light. They watched over you, silent and constant, their shimmering presence offering both guidance and comfort. You wondered, as you always did, about the vastness of the universe, about the mysteries hidden in the spaces between the stars, and about the smallness of yourself in comparison. But then, as you continued your way through the meadow, the thought faded. There was no need for grand questions in this moment. No need for answers. All that was needed was to be present in the quiet beauty of the night, to feel the earth beneath your feet and the cool air on your skin. The path led you to a small clearing, bathed in moonlight. A stream flowed through it, its gentle babbling creating a soothing melody that blended with the soft whispers of the breeze. The water sparkled in the moonlight, its surface smooth and still, save for the occasional ripple where a leaf or a twig floated by. The air here was cool, carrying with it the scent of water and fresh earth. In the center of the clearing, there stood a single tree, its branches reaching up toward the heavens, as if trying to touch the stars themselves. Its leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and beneath its branches, there was a stone bench, worn smooth by time, inviting you to rest. You approached the bench and sat down, allowing the stillness to wrap around you like a soft blanket. The tree, ancient and wise, seemed to watch over you as you sat there, its roots deep in the earth, its branches wide and open. It had witnessed countless seasons, countless moments of stillness and change. And now, it stood as a silent companion on your journey. You closed your eyes for a moment, allowing the peace of the clearing to fill your heart. The stream's song, the rustling of the leaves, the soft whispers of the forest, they all blended into a single harmonious melody. You could feel the world around you breathing, just as you were. Each inhale and exhale a part of the eternal cycle. The whispers, though quiet, spoke once again, their words a soft murmur in the back of your mind. You have come far, traveler, they said. And in this quiet moment, you may rest. But know this, rest is not an end. It is a part of the journey. In stillness, you will find the strength to move forward, to grow, to continue. There is no end to the path, only the unfolding of each moment. The words were a gentle reminder, a soothing balm for your soul. You had come so far, yet the journey was never truly over. It was an endless unfolding, a dance between the stillness and the movement, between rest and action. You realized, in that moment, that rest was not a pause to escape from the journey, but a necessary part of it. Without rest, there could be no movement, no growth. It was the balance of stillness and motion that allowed life to flow. You sat in the quiet, letting the whispers of the forest wash over you, and for the first time in a long while, you felt no need to rush. There was nowhere to go, nothing to do. The journey was not about reaching a specific destination, it was about being in each moment, experiencing the quiet beauty of the world, and learning to listen to the whispers of the earth. The stars above twinkled, as if nodding in agreement. The stream continued to flow, its gentle song echoing in the stillness of the night. And the tree, with its ancient wisdom, stood tall and steady, a reminder that all things, whether rooted in the earth or reaching for the stars, were part of the same rhythm, the same cycle of life. And so, you sat in the clearing, the moonlight washing over you, feeling the peace of the world settle deep within your soul. The journey, though long and full of mystery, had become something beautiful, something timeless. It was not about searching for answers, it was about embracing the journey itself, with all its quiet moments and its gentle whispers, and as you sat there, you knew that the path would continue to unfold before you. One step at a time, with no end in sight. And that was enough. For now, you were at peace, and that was all that mattered. The night stretched on, deep and rich with the quiet hum of the world around you. The cool breeze carried with it the scent of damp earth and pine, mingling with the faint sweetness of distant flowers. You sat beneath the ancient tree, the stone bench now a familiar refuge, feeling its smooth surface beneath your fingers. The whispers had faded into the background, but their presence lingered like a soft echo in the corners of your mind. The stream continued its steady flow, its voice a lullaby to the soul, as the stars above cast their timeless glow upon the land. The forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something, though you couldn't say what. The air was thick with anticipation, yet there was no sense of urgency, only the quiet rhythm of nature, flowing without haste. For a moment, you closed your eyes, letting the sounds of the world wash over you. The rustling of the leaves, the gentle splash of the stream, the distant call of an owl, these were the sounds of a world in harmony, of a place where time slowed to a gentle pace. Here, in this stillness, there was no need for words, no need for explanations. Everything simply was, and that was enough. The whispers returned, softer now, almost like a breeze speaking through the trees. "Traveler," they said, their voice calm and knowing. "You have walked long and far, but there is a truth you must now embrace. The journey is not only about discovery, it is about surrender. To walk the path, you must trust in the unknown, in the unseen forces that guide you. The words hung in the air like a quiet invitation. Surrender. It was a word that held weight, a word that seemed to suggest letting go of control, of the need to understand every step. You had learned much along this journey, of nature, of the world, and of yourself. But the idea of surrender was something new, something unfamiliar. What did it mean to surrender? To let go of the constant search for meaning and simply be in the moment. The tree above you creaked softly, its branches swaying in the breeze, as if it too were contemplating this thought. You could feel the weight of its age, its deep roots grounded in the earth, reaching back through time to places you could not see. It had seen so much, seasons changing, life growing, and life fading, and yet it remained, steady, unwavering, part of the great cycle that turned without end, and perhaps, in that moment, you realized that surrender was not about giving up, it was about trusting the flow of the journey, allowing yourself to be carried by the current of life without trying to control every direction. To surrender was to accept that the path was not always clear, that the way ahead was often shrouded in mystery. But that did not make it less meaningful. In fact, it made it all the more beautiful, because in that uncertainty, there was space for wonder, for growth, and for discovery. The whispers seemed to pause, as if giving you time to reflect. The stream continued its soft song, and the stars above twinkled in the vast, endless sky. When you surrender, they said gently, you are not giving up your power. You are embracing the flow of life, trusting that the path will reveal itself in its own time. The journey, traveler, is never truly lost. It simply unfolds, like a flower blooming in its own season. You sat in the clearing for a while longer, letting the words sink deep into your heart. The cool night air brushed against your skin, and the stillness wrapped around you like a warm blanket. There was no rush, no urgency. The world moved around you, as it always did, but you no longer felt the need to chase it. Instead, you simply breathed, letting the peace of the moment fill you. As the minutes passed, the moon rose higher, casting its silvery light over the meadow. The stone bench beneath you felt like a place of grounding, a quiet point of rest in the vastness of the world. You had come so far, and yet, you knew, the journey was far from over. There were still many steps to take, many wonders to witness, and many mysteries to uncover. But for now, in this moment, there was peace. The whispers had quieted, but their message had been heard. To surrender was not to let go of the journey, it was to trust in its unfolding, to allow the path to reveal itself with grace. You did not need to know every answer. You did not need to understand every twist and turn. All you needed to do was walk, to be present, and to trust that the way would unfold in its own time. And so, as the night deepened, you stood, stretching your limbs and feeling the earth beneath your feet once more. The stars above you sparkled, and the breeze carried the soft sounds of the forest, as if whispering its approval. There was no need to hurry. No need to rush ahead. You had learned that the path was not something to conquer, but something to walk with reverence and grace. With one last glance at the quiet clearing, you began to move forward, feeling the rhythm of the earth beneath you, trusting in the unfolding of each step. The journey, like the stream, would continue to flow, and all you had to do was let it carry you. And so, you walked on, not with fear or doubt, but with the quiet knowing that surrender was not an end, but a beginning, a new chapter in the story of your journey. the night seemed to stretch on endlessly, yet in its stillness, there was a sense of timelessness, a deep, comforting certainty that everything was unfolding just as it should. As you walked, each step was lighter, more deliberate, and the whispers, soft and constant, wrapped themselves around you like a gentle cloak. They guided you forward, but in a way that felt like an invitation, not a command. There was no need to rush, no pressure to move quickly. The journey itself was a gift, not a race. The path ahead curved through the meadow, and though you had walked it before, tonight it felt different. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the grass beneath your feet was cool and soft. The moon, high in the sky, bathed the landscape in its silvery glow, casting long shadows that danced like memories on the earth. Everything was calm, but there was an undercurrent of energy. A sense that something new was about to unfold. As you walked, the breeze shifted, carrying with it a new fragrance, something familiar, but distant, like a memory half remembered. You couldn't place it at first, but as you moved forward, you felt a subtle change, as if the world around you was gently shifting, as if the very air was thickening with possibility. The whispers seemed to beckon now, quieter than before, but filled with a deeper meaning. Listen, they said softly. There is more to this journey than you have yet understood. You are walking not just through the meadows, but through the very fabric of time. You are moving through layers of reality, glimpsing what lies beneath the surface. You paused for a moment, letting the words sink in. You had walked far, and yet there was still so much to discover. You had learned to surrender, to trust the journey, but now you understood that the journey was not only about moving forward, it was also about seeing deeper, understanding the invisible threads that connected everything. It was as if the world around you was a great, intricate web, and you were learning to see the connections, the unseen forces that shaped everything. The breeze grew cooler, and the moonlight seemed to shimmer with new intensity. Ahead, the path opened up into a wide field, the grass bending gently in the wind. There, standing alone in the center of the meadow, was a figure. At first, you thought it might be a trick of the light, but as you approached, the figure became clearer, a tall, slender figure, their features obscured by a cloak of shadows, their face hidden beneath a hood. They stood motionless, their presence both grounding and otherworldly, as if they were both a part of this world and yet from somewhere beyond it. The whispers grew quiet, as if awaiting something, and you felt a shift in the air. The figure, though silent, seemed to emanate a quiet knowing, a deep wisdom that resonated in your bones. You felt drawn to them, as if they were both familiar and mysterious, like an old friend you had not yet met. As you drew closer, the figure lifted their hand, not in greeting, but in invitation. There was no need for words between you. The figure simply gestured for you to come closer, and instinctively, you obeyed. You took a few more steps, feeling the soft grass beneath your feet, and then, without a word, the figure turned and began walking toward the far edge of the meadow. You followed without hesitation, as if you had always known this moment would come. The world around you seemed to quiet further as you walked, the only sounds being the soft rustling of the grass and the steady rhythm of your own breath. The figure moved with grace, as if they were part of the very air itself, their movements fluid and effortless. You couldn't help but feel that they were leading you somewhere important, somewhere you needed to go. The path they led you down wound through the meadow, each step carrying you deeper into a place you had not yet seen. The trees on either side grew thicker, their trunks twisting and curling like ancient guardians, their leaves rustling in a language you couldn't quite understand. The whispers grew louder again, though their words were faint, as if they were being spoken from a distance. "You have reached the edge of understanding," the whispers said, their voices now resonating with a deeper tone. "But there is still more to discover. You are about to cross a threshold, a boundary between what is and what could be. The path you walk is not just a journey through the world, it is a journey through time itself." The figure halted before a large stone archway, its surface covered in moss and ivy, as though it had been forgotten by time. The archway stood at the edge of the forest, its shape both familiar and otherworldly, as though it had always been there, waiting for you to find it. The figure turned toward you, their hooded face still hidden, but their presence now stronger, more tangible. Without speaking, the figure stepped forward, moving toward the archway. As they crossed its threshold, the air around you seemed to shimmer, as if reality itself had shifted, folding and unfolding in strange ways. The figure paused just beyond the arch, their form becoming more translucent, more ethereal, as if they were part of both the physical world and something beyond it. "Trust the path, traveler," they said, their voice a soft whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "What you seek lies beyond the threshold, but you must first let go of what you think you know. Only then will you see the truth that awaits you." And with that, the figure stepped fully through the archway, disappearing from view. The whispers faded, and for a moment, you were left standing in the quiet, the path before you open and unknown. The air was thick with anticipation, and though you didn't know what lay beyond the archway, you felt a deep sense of knowing. The next step was yours to take. The journey, it seemed, was leading you to a place where time and reality intertwined, where what you had learned so far would be tested and deepened. And though the path ahead was uncertain, you felt no fear, only the pull of something greater, something ancient and timeless, calling you forward. With a steady breath, you took your first step toward the archway, knowing that the journey was far from over, and that whatever awaited you beyond it, you were ready. The air grew heavier as you approached the stone archway. It stood in front of you like a silent guardian, its moss-covered surface cool to the touch. The very air around it seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, as if the archway itself held secrets and stories from long before you had arrived. The whispers, once soft and distant, now felt like a current flowing around you, urging you onward, deeper into the unknown. You stood there for a moment, just beyond the threshold, gathering your thoughts. There was no turning back, you realized. The figure who had led you here, the one cloaked in shadow and mystery, had passed through the archway and vanished. Now, it was your turn. The whispers, now faint, seemed to echo in the distance, but you could still feel their presence, like a subtle hum in the back of your mind. Taking a deep breath, you stepped forward. The moment you crossed the archway, the world shifted. The meadow, the trees, and even the moonlight seemed to fade away, as if a veil had been drawn between this world and something else, something deeper, more ancient. The air around you was thick, almost tangible, and the ground beneath your feet felt softer, as if you were walking on clouds rather than earth. The path ahead was no longer clear, but you felt a pull, a gentle tug in your chest, guiding you forward. As you continued, the sound of your footsteps seemed to echo strangely, as though the ground beneath you was made of something other than soil. The familiar hum of the forest was replaced by an eerie stillness, a silence so profound that it seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trees on either side of you no longer felt like natural forms. They were tall and twisted, their trunks curling in impossible directions, their branches reaching out like the arms of ancient beings, their leaves shimmering in colors you had never seen before, silver, gold, and deep indigo. The light here, too, was different. It was soft, almost dreamlike, as if the very air was filled with a kind of twilight glow that didn't quite belong to any time of day. You moved further into this strange, otherworldly place, each step carrying you deeper into the unknown. There was no clear path, no direction that made sense, only the pull of something beyond your understanding. The air was filled with an energy that made your heart race and your senses come alive. You felt both small and vast, as if you were standing at the intersection of countless moments in time, and yet, there was no need to rush. The whispers, though distant, seemed to encourage you to move with intention, to trust in the process, and then, you saw it. In the distance, a faint light flickered, soft and steady, like the glow of a lantern in the dark. It was a warm, golden light, not harsh or bright, but comforting, drawing you toward it. Without thinking, you began to walk toward the light, your steps quickening as you felt an almost magnetic pull. With each step, the light grew brighter, and the air around you seemed to hum with life, as if you were walking toward the very heart of this strange world. As you neared the light, it began to take shape. At first, it was simply a glowing sphere, but as you stepped closer, it expanded, revealing something more, a doorway, framed by two tall, slender pillars made of some material that shimmered like stardust. The doorway was outlined in golden light, and through it, you could glimpse a vast expanse beyond, a place that felt both familiar and foreign, like a dream that was just out of reach. The whispers grew louder now, no longer distant, but clear and resonant. "This is the threshold," they said, their voices now harmonizing in unison. "Beyond it lies the truth you seek, the answers you have longed for. But be warned, traveler, this is not the end of the journey. This is but another beginning." You stood before the glowing doorway, your heart pounding in your chest. What lay beyond was uncertain, but the pull toward it was undeniable. The world behind you, the meadow and the forest, seemed to fade into nothingness, leaving only the door and the light that surrounded it. You took a step forward, drawn by the promise of discovery. The moment your foot crossed the threshold, the world around you seemed to shudder, and for a brief instant, you felt as though you were suspended between two realities. The light enveloped you. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the sensation faded, and when your eyes adjusted, you found yourself in a new place altogether. This was not a meadow or a forest, but a vast, open landscape stretching out before you. The ground beneath your feet was soft, like sand, but it shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if the earth itself was alive with light. In the distance, a range of mountains rose high into the sky, their peaks hidden by clouds that glowed faintly, casting a gentle light across the land. But it wasn't just the landscape that was different. There was something about the air here, something that felt both ancient and alive. The breeze was warm and filled with the scent of flowers and salt water. The sky above was a deep, rich blue, with stars twinkling even though it was daytime. There was a sense of timelessness, as if this place existed outside of the usual flow of time, and yet it felt real, tangible, you stood at the edge of a vast sea, the water shimmering like glass, stretching out toward the horizon. The sound of the waves was soft and rhythmic, like a lullaby, and you felt a deep sense of peace wash over you. This place, whatever it was, felt like a sanctuary, a place where all the questions and uncertainties you had carried with you on your journey could finally be put to rest. But as you looked out across the sea, you noticed something in the distance, a shape moving on the water. A figure cloaked in light, walking slowly toward you. The figure seemed to shimmer and shift with each step, as though they were both part of the sea and the sky. The whispers, now soft and clear, spoke once more, "You have crossed into the realm of truth, traveler. Here, the answers you seek await you." But remember, the journey is not always about finding what you seek, it is about learning to understand what is. The figure continued to approach, and you could feel the weight of this moment, the quiet, profound significance of crossing this threshold. There was no turning back, but you were not afraid. The answers, you knew, were not something to grasp, but something to experience. Whatever came next, you were ready to face it, and so, you stood at the edge of the sea, waiting for the figure to arrive, knowing that whatever truth awaited you here would change everything, and yet, nothing at all. The figure drew closer, their presence both calming and awe-inspiring. The light surrounding them seemed to pulse with each step, like a heartbeat echoing through the very air. As they neared the shore, the shimmering figure finally took form. The cloak that enveloped them was woven from threads of silver and gold, catching the light in a way that made it appear as though the very stars had been sewn into their fabric. There was no face, not in the traditional sense, but the silhouette of the figure was unmistakably human, with a sense of grace and tranquility that filled the space between you. They moved with purpose but no urgency, their every step a slow dance in harmony with the sea's gentle rhythm. It was as if they were part of the landscape itself, an extension of the water and sky, an embodiment of the stillness that enveloped this world. The air around you felt charged, as if something significant was about to unfold. You stood motionless, your heart beating in time with the quiet pulse of the world around you. The whispers faded once more, replaced by an almost palpable silence, the kind that fills a room just before something momentous happens. The figure reached the shore, and when they stopped before you, they raised their hand in a slow, deliberate motion. As if responding to their command, the sea grew still, the waves halting mid-crest, frozen in a moment of perfect calm. The figure's hand lowered, and the water resumed its rhythmic ebb and flow, but the atmosphere was different now, still, expectant. Without speaking, the figure gestured for you to follow. As if in a dream, you obeyed, your feet moving across the glowing sands toward them. The moment you took a step toward the figure, the sea beneath your feet seemed to hum with energy, sending a gentle vibration through your body. It wasn't just the sea that was alive here, it was as though the very earth and sky shared the same pulse, each element resonating in harmony with the other. You walked alongside the figure in silence, the two of you moving toward an unseen destination. The world around you felt like a painting. A beautiful blend of light and shadow, sky and water, with every element existing in perfect balance. There were no words exchanged between you, no need for them. The air was filled with a knowing, an understanding that transcended language. Soon, you reached the edge of the sea, where the water gently lapped at the base of a towering cliff. The figure turned to you then, their presence still as enigmatic and powerful as ever. Without a word, they motioned to the cliff face. As you looked up, you saw something incredible, an entrance carved into the stone, glowing faintly with a soft, inner light. It was as though the cliff itself had been waiting for you, its hidden doorway now revealed. The figure gave you a knowing glance, their eyes still unseen, but their presence speaking volumes. It was clear that you were meant to enter. This was the next step on your journey, and the time had come to move forward. As you approached the entrance, the whispers returned, but they were softer now, like a lullaby sung from a great distance. "This is the way," they murmured, "beyond the door lies the final revelation. Trust what you have learned. Trust in yourself." With a deep breath, you stepped toward the doorway. The air grew cooler as you crossed its threshold, and the soft glow from the stone seemed to illuminate the path before you. The world outside, the sea, the sky. The figure faded away as you moved deeper into the heart of the cliff. The space inside was vast, but there were no walls to be seen, just an endless expanse of darkness that seemed to pulse with energy. You couldn't see where the path began or where it ended, but you felt no fear. This was a place of understanding, a place where you were meant to be. As you moved forward, the darkness began to lift, and before long, you saw the faintest flicker of light in the distance. It was distant but familiar, drawing you forward. The whispers, now clearer, guided you along the unseen path. "This is it," they said. "The truth lies ahead. All that you have learned, all that you have become, will be revealed in the light." Your heart raced, but not from fear. This was anticipation, an anticipation of understanding, of the final revelation that awaited you. You had come this far, and now, there was only one thing left to do: step into the light. As you neared the flicker of illumination, you felt the ground beneath you grow solid, the darkness giving way to a radiant glow that filled the space around you. It was a warm, golden light, so pure, so clear, that it felt like the very essence of everything. It was the light of knowledge, of truth, of understanding. When you finally stepped into the light, it was as though the entire world shifted. The cliff, the sea, the figure, they all faded into the background as if they had been part of a dream. Now, standing in the light, you felt a deep sense of clarity, as though everything had come into sharp focus. All the questions that had once lingered in your mind, the ones you had carried with you on this journey, were answered in an instant. The truth you had sought, the understanding you had longed for, was now yours, but as the light enveloped you, you realized that the truth was not something to be grasped. It was not a destination, but a process, a constant unfolding, a deepening of understanding that continued beyond this moment. The whispers were not gone, they were part of you now, their voices woven into the very fabric of your being, and with this understanding came a sense of peace, a peace that washed over you like the softest wave. Gentle and unhurried. You stood in the light, knowing that the journey was not over. It was only just beginning, for you, traveler, had found what you were meant to find, not an answer, but an invitation. An invitation to continue the journey. The light around you continued to shimmer, as if it were alive, a pulse beating softly in the air. You felt weightless, suspended between the known and the unknown, as if the very fabric of reality was bending around you. The peace that had settled within you was profound, but so too was a sense of curiosity, an insatiable need to understand more, to explore deeper. As you stood there, at the center of the light, you felt the whispers stir again. This time with a new tone, gentle, guiding, like the softest breeze coaxing you towards something unseen. It wasn't a voice that spoke, but an impression, a feeling that washed over you, urging you to move forward. There was a sense that the truth, now revealed in its purest form, was not an end but a beginning. As if the knowledge you had gained was only a key, unlocking a deeper mystery yet to be discovered. The light itself began to grow softer, its brilliance fading to a golden glow that shimmered like the last rays of the sun dipping below the horizon. Slowly, you took a step forward, your feet finding solid ground once more. The space around you stretched out, revealing a vast, open expanse, much like the world you had just left, yet everything was subtly different. The colors were softer, richer, like a painting newly finished, the brushstrokes still fresh with life. The air, too, felt different, a little warmer, a little more alive, filled with a quiet hum, as though the earth itself was breathing. As you walked, you noticed the familiar, gentle sound of the wind, and you could hear the faint rustle of leaves, though no trees were visible. The landscape seemed to shift before your eyes, ever changing, with patches of vibrant flowers blooming in every direction, their petals glowing in the soft light, and then, ahead of you, there appeared a small structure, a hut. Though not like any you had seen before. It stood at the center of a small clearing, its walls made of stone that shimmered with the same light that surrounded you. The roof was woven from delicate strands of silver, shimmering in the soft glow of the fading light. There was a sense of quiet serenity in the air around the hut, a sense that this was a place of rest, of reflection. Without thinking, you walked toward the hut. Each step felt purposeful, as though something deep inside was drawing you to this place, to this moment. The closer you got, the more the whispers became a soft melody, weaving through the air, as though the land itself were singing to you, guiding you onward. When you reached the door of the hut, it opened with a gentle creak, as though it had been expecting you. Inside, the warmth of the light was even more pronounced. The room was simple yet filled with an unmistakable sense of comfort and peace. The walls were lined with shelves, filled with books, scrolls, and strange artifacts that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. In the center of the room stood a small table, upon which lay an open book, its pages glowing softly, as if waiting for you. At the far end of the room stood an elder figure, draped in robes made of the same shimmering threads as the figure by the sea. Their face was hidden in shadow, but their presence was undeniably calm and wise. The air around them felt heavy with knowledge, but not the kind of knowledge that burdens you. No, this was a knowledge that nurtured, that healed. The elder spoke without turning, their voice a quiet murmur that seemed to flow directly into your mind. Welcome, traveler. You have come far. And now, the path before you is yours to walk. You felt no need to speak. There was no question in your heart, no confusion, only a quiet acceptance, as if you had known all along that this moment would come. The elder continued, their words flowing like a stream, gentle and clear. You have crossed many thresholds, learned many truths, but remember, truth is not something to possess. It is something to experience, to live. The journey does not end here. The path of understanding is endless, as vast as the sky itself. But know this, traveler, you are not alone. The whispers you hear, the light that guides you, they are always with you. They are the voice of the land, the voice of all things, speaking in harmony. You nodded, a deep sense of gratitude welling within you. You had come so far, and yet you felt as though you had only just begun. The journey was not an external one, not a series of destinations to be reached, but an internal unfolding, a deeper knowing of yourself and the world around you. The elder stepped aside, gesturing toward the open book on the table. "Take this," they said softly. "It is a guide for your continued journey. It will offer you wisdom, but remember, it is not the answers you seek. It is the questions that will lead you." You approached the table slowly, your fingers brushing the pages of the book. The moment you touched it, you felt a surge of warmth, a connection to something greater, as if the words on the pages were not written by a hand, but by the land itself, the earth beneath you, and the stars above. The pages began to turn on their own, each one filled with symbols and drawings that seemed to shift and change as you gazed upon them. They were familiar, yet foreign, as though you had known them all your life, but had only just remembered them. The words were not in a language you could speak, but they resonated within you, stirring something deep in your soul. The elder smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Go now, traveler. The world is waiting for you. The whispers will guide you, and the journey will continue. There is much yet to discover," and with that, you felt the pull once more, a quiet, gentle tug in your chest. It was time to leave the hut, time to step out into the world once again. The elder's presence lingered behind you, a comforting shadow, as you stepped back into the ever-changing landscape. The book was now in your hands, its weight light yet profound, as though it contained the answers to questions you hadn't even thought to ask. The world stretched out before you, full of mystery, full of light. And the whispers, soft, constant, continued to guide you, leading you forward, ever onward, into the endless journey. As you stepped back outside, the air seemed to hum with a soft rhythm, the world itself alive with possibilities. The book in your hands felt as though it were more than just pages and ink. It was a connection, a bridge between you and something far greater. It was a symbol of the journey you had begun and the path still unfolding before you. The world around you, though familiar, seemed different now. Each blade of grass swayed in the breeze like a silent whisper, each tree, its leaves glistening in the soft light, seemed to hold a secret, as though it were waiting for you to ask. The sky above was a deep, endless blue, stretching into infinity, with the faintest traces of stars beginning to twinkle through the fabric of the heavens. The whispers, though no longer loud and insistent, were still there, lingering in the soft sounds of the meadow, in the rustle of the leaves, in the distant hum of the wind. They were like a melody, carried on the breeze, always present, always guiding, but now more distant, as though they had become a part of you, an echo of the world's quiet song. You felt a deep peace, the kind that only comes when you realize that you are exactly where you are meant to be. There was no urgency, no need to rush. The journey was yours to take, in your own time, at your own pace. The book you carried was a guide, but it was not a map to follow rigidly. It was an invitation to explore, to discover, to learn, not only about the world, but about yourself. With each step you took, the ground beneath you seemed to welcome your presence, as though the earth itself were aware of your journey. The flowers in the meadow bloomed more brightly as you passed, their petals reaching toward the light as if to greet you. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, fresh and sweet, a constant reminder of the beauty that existed in the world, even in its quietest corners. You began to walk, following no set path, allowing the terrain to guide you, as if you were being drawn towards something, though you couldn't yet see what it was. The whispers, now softer, filled the air around you, as though they were speaking to the land itself, or perhaps to the very core of your being. Each step felt like a step into the unknown, but it was a step you took with confidence, for you knew now that you were not walking alone. The land, the light, the whispers, they were all a part of you, as much as you were a part of them. After a time, you reached the edge of the meadow, where the grasses gave way to a dense forest. The trees towered over you, their trunks thick and ancient. Their branches entwined high above, creating a canopy that filtered the light into a soft, dappled glow. The air in the forest was cool and refreshing, filled with the scent of pine and earth, a reminder of the deep, timeless rhythms of nature. At the edge of the forest, you paused, the book still clutched in your hands. You knew the next step was ahead of you, but there was no rush. The forest felt like a place of mystery, a place where the whispers might grow louder, where the next phase of your journey might unfold. The path was unclear, hidden beneath the thick undergrowth, but you felt no fear. There was only curiosity, a desire to move forward, to see what awaited you in the depths of the trees. The whispers seemed to draw you closer, gently urging you into the forest. You took a deep breath, inhaling the rich, earthy scent of the woods. With a quiet resolve, you stepped forward, your feet sinking softly into the mossy ground. The moment you entered the forest, the atmosphere shifted. The air felt thicker, filled with the weight of ancient wisdom, and yet it was not oppressive. It was inviting, a quiet call to explore, to discover what lay hidden within. The further you ventured, the more the world around you seemed to come alive. The trees whispered their stories to one another, their leaves trembling in the breeze, and the soft rustle of animals moving through the underbrush filled the silence. You could almost hear the pulse of the forest, the deep, slow beat of its heart, as though the land itself were breathing in time with your steps. As you walked, the book in your hands began to glow faintly, the pages turning on their own, as if guided by an unseen hand. The symbols and drawings shifted, the words now clearer, more resonant, as though they were speaking directly to you. The forest around you seemed to respond, its very essence attuned to the messages in the book. Each step you took brought you deeper into understanding, as if the land itself were revealing its secrets to you, one by one. Eventually, the path ahead opened up into a clearing, and there, at the center, stood a single tree, massive and ancient, its trunk gnarled with age and its roots spreading wide across the earth. The tree was unlike any you had seen before. Its bark shimmered with an ethereal glow, and its branches stretched high into the sky, twisting and turning like the arms of an ancient being reaching toward the stars. The whispers grew louder now, almost as if they were speaking directly to you, guiding you toward the tree. You felt an undeniable pull to it, as though it were calling you, waiting for you. With each step, the world around you seemed to fade, and all that remained was the tree, its ancient presence filling the clearing with a deep, resonant power. You stopped at the base of the tree, looking up at its towering form. The book in your hand seemed to vibrate softly, the pages flickering as if eager to share something new. The whispers were clearer now, a single voice among the many, speaking softly in your ear. This is the heart of the forest. This is the place where all paths converge. Without thinking, you reached out to touch the trunk of the tree. The moment your fingers made contact with the bark, a surge of warmth spread through your body, and the whispers seemed to intensify, filling your mind with visions of the past, the present, and the future. You saw fleeting images of the journeys you had taken, the paths you had crossed, and the lessons you had learned. But there was more, visions of what was yet to come, of the mysteries still waiting to be discovered. The tree's power was not one of force, but of understanding. It was as if you were being shown the interconnectedness of all things, the endless cycles of life, the deep roots of wisdom that stretched far beneath the surface, and the eternal dance of light and shadow that shaped the world. And in that moment, you understood, this was not the end of your journey. This was a new beginning. The whispers would continue, guiding you, teaching you, but now you had the knowledge to listen, to truly hear them. The path ahead was open, and you were ready to follow it, wherever it might lead. The tree's soft glow seemed to embrace you, and as you stood there, at the heart of the forest, you knew that the journey would never truly end. It would evolve, shift, and transform, just as you had. And you would always be a part of it, just as it would always be a part of you. The whispers, now a comforting hum, filled your heart with peace, and with a final glance at the ancient tree, you turned to continue your journey, knowing that the path ahead would always be illuminated by the wisdom of the land and the light of your own understanding. The forest, still alive with the gentle hum of its ancient rhythm, seemed to welcome you as you stepped away from the tree. Each leaf, each rustle of the wind, each whisper of the earth beneath your feet felt as though it were part of a grand symphony, and you were both observer and participant. It was as if you had become one with the land, moving in harmony with its unseen forces, guided by the quiet wisdom of the world around you. You felt the weight of the book in your hands, though it had become lighter, almost weightless, as if the very knowledge it held had seeped into your being, becoming part of your essence. The words and symbols on the pages no longer felt like foreign markings, they were familiar, an old language you had once known but had only now begun to understand. The whispers, though gentle, seemed more distinct now. Each one carrying a message, a hint of what lay ahead. They no longer spoke in riddles or vague suggestions, but in clear, soft tones that guided you forward. The path before you was still unclear, but there was no longer any fear in that uncertainty. You had learned to trust the journey itself, knowing that each step, each turn, each pause was a part of a greater unfolding. The deeper you ventured into the forest, the more you began to notice the small things, the delicate flowers hidden in the underbrush, the soft glow of fireflies dancing through the air, the quiet rustling of the branches high above. It was as if the forest had been waiting for you, and now that you were here, it was revealing itself to you in all its quiet, unspoken beauty. The path, though winding and uncertain, felt natural, as though you were being led by an invisible hand, one that knew the way even when your mind could not yet comprehend it. With each step, the land seemed to become more alive, more vibrant, as though the very act of your walking had breathed new life into the forest itself. After some time, the trees began to thin, and the dense forest gave way to a meadow, a wide, open space bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. The grasses here were taller, swaying gently in the breeze, their tips just brushing against your skin as you passed. The air was warm, carrying the sweet scent of blooming flowers. And the sky above was painted in shades of gold and pink, as if the world itself were taking a deep, peaceful breath. In the center of the meadow stood another figure, their form barely visible at first, blending with the landscape as if they were part of it. As you drew closer, you recognized them, the figure of the elder who had guided you earlier. But this time, they were not alone. Surrounding them were other figures, tall and radiant, their presence calm yet powerful. They were beings of light, their forms shifting and flickering like the stars in the night sky, their faces serene and wise. The elder smiled softly as you approached, their eyes filled with a knowing, peaceful gaze. "Welcome, traveler," they said, their voice a gentle melody that seemed to resonate within you. "You have come far, and you have learned much. But remember, there is always more to discover." The beings of light around them nodded in unison, their silent presence a quiet affirmation of the elder's words. You felt no need to speak, for there was an understanding between you all, a shared knowing that words could not capture, something deeper than speech. "Now," the elder continued, "the next step of your journey is not about finding more answers, but about embracing the questions themselves. The journey you have begun is one of infinite discovery, one that will stretch across the fabric of time and space. But it is also one of quiet moments, of stillness, of listening." The figures of light stepped forward, their movements graceful and slow, like the ebb and flow of the tides. They reached out to you, their hands gentle, and as they touched your arms, you felt a warmth, a pulse of energy that seemed to pass between you. It was not an energy of force, but of connection, a deep, timeless bond that tied you to everything, to the stars above, to the earth beneath, to the very heartbeat of the world. One of the beings, their light shifting between shades of blue and silver, spoke softly. "We are all connected," they said, their voice like the sound of wind through the trees, soft and soothing. "Each step you take is part of a greater whole. You are a thread in the tapestry of the world, and as you move, so too does the world shift and change." The words were simple, yet their meaning was profound, settling deep within you like a seed, ready to bloom. You could feel the weight of them, not in the heaviness of understanding, but in the lightness of being, as if you had always known this truth but had only just remembered it. The elder nodded, their gaze never leaving you. "You are not just a traveler, not just a seeker of answers. You are a part of the land, a part of the journey itself. And in this, you are never truly lost. You are always exactly where you are meant to be." A quiet peace filled you, a sense of calm that spread from your heart to the tips of your fingers, to your very soul. The elder's words rang true, and for the first time, you realized that the journey was not about reaching a destination, but about embracing each moment, each step. As it came, the figures of light slowly began to fade, their forms dissolving into the air like mist in the morning sun. The meadow around you seemed to glow with an ethereal light, as if the land itself was sending you its blessing, its quiet approval. The elder remained for a moment longer, their eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "Remember," they said, "you are always part of the story, always part of the greater dance. The world is full of wonder, waiting for you to discover it." And with that, the elder stepped back, their form blending with the soft light of the meadow. The whispers, though no longer as loud, filled the space around you, soft and continuous, like a lullaby that would guide you for the rest of your journey. You took a deep breath, feeling the cool evening air fill your lungs, and with each exhale, you felt the weight of your journey settle within you. There was no need to hurry, no need to rush. The path ahead was still open, still full of mysteries and wonders, but now, you understood something deeper. The journey was not something to be completed. It was something to be lived. Something to be felt in each moment, in each whisper of the wind, in each flicker of light. And with that understanding, you took your next step, knowing that wherever it led, you were never truly alone. The whispers, the light, the land itself, they would always be with you, guiding you forward, and so, you continued, step by step, into the endless horizon of discovery.